Hello, testing, penis. Penis. Hello. Oh, there's my mic. Squeaking. Hello. Okay. Penis. And hang on. So if I play. Okay. Penis. Alright. Just want to make sure I'm not covering the fucking thing. Oh, also, I think I'm an idiot because I'm pretty sure. Okay, maybe it doesn't tell me, but I'm pretty sure I can't use this. Pretty sure this is not for me. So I fucked up. Yeah, I got a bunch of armor that was not for me. And I'm an idiot. So I needed not the striking, but I think the maiming one. Damn. And it's market prohibited. Oh, I wonder if you could, Damn it. I don't know if it told me. Or am I supposed to know by now? But I forgot. So scouting, aiming, healing. And this one doesn't even matter because, like, I'm just gonna get another one that I can't use here. Oh. Cheese, impeccable timing. We've just received a letter from Lord Hean. He writes that the Domans are coordinating their efforts with the Blue Cogent to maintain a constant watch over the Red. By staying on the lookout for signs of crystal hoarding and the like, they mean to nip any summoning attempts in the bud, thereby satisfying the conditions for peace set down by the ambassador. For the Garlean's part, the Populares have sent word that a vessel bearing Doman conscripts is soon to arrive in Yingxia, to assume that the prisoner exchange is to proceed as planned. Lord Hean requests your presence, and I share his view that you should be on hand at this critical juncture. According to the letter, Yotsuyu's memory has yet to return, so it looks like she'll be living out the rest of her days in Doma, assuming the ambassador means to honor the agreement, of course. Before we get to that, however, I think we would be wise to assess her condition one last time. If the Domans have missed any change in her mental state, however slight, it would be better if Asahi weren't the one to spot it. Agreed. Let us make straight ways for the Enclave then. Lord Hean will be waiting. Trust you will cope in our absence, Tataru. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Just be sure to come back safely. Oh, I forgot to do this as well. Damn it. I'm actually sad about this. Oh, and I already said market prohibited too. So no point in even looking. Oh, I can just... I don't like how he just doesn't show me this little... The Doman Enclave. I hate that it just doesn't show me that crystal. Oh, there's a bell here. I mean... I don't even know why I'm checking it. Oh, I meant to reassign here. Yeah. No, I actually wanted, it was not her, but the market board. Is there one here? I wonder. Doesn't look like it. Ah, I see my letter reached you across the Ruby Sea. Thank you for coming so swiftly. Though I wrote at some length on the subject of the forthcoming exchange, there was one other matter I neglected to mention. It concerns Gosetsu. As you may have observed, he returned from his ordeal rather the worse for wear, and despite his best efforts to conceal his condition, or perhaps because of them, he recently collapsed. Good gods, is he alright? Confined to the bed and grumbling without cease, but he has shown signs of recovery. Made me promise not to tell you, lest you worry unduly, which was all very well when you weren't here. Now that you are, however, I think it high time he received some visitors. Might you spare him a moment? He too you has scarce left his side. I imagine you are curious to see what has become of her as well. We will visit him at once. Cheese, Alizé, shall we?
Open wide now.
Pleased to you. I'm not so frail that I cannot feed myself. I grow weary of the taste of gruel.
You don't like it? Can I fetch you something else?
Aye, wine. Or if that is not wholesome enough, I don't know. A sweet persimmon from Namai? I enjoyed them in my youth.
A persimmon?
Nay, pay me no mind. I am full. Besides, we have guests.
I hope we are not interrupting your meal. We had heard you were confined to bed and thought you might welcome some visitors.
Confined to... A gross exaggeration. A trifle drained from my exertions, perhaps, but with a little rest, I shall be fighting fit again in no time.
Take off your clothes.
Damn.
Gosetsu, is this how you've been spending your time?
My lady, I assure you, this is not...
It's just bath time. Down my face, too.
Off with them. We need to wash you. You stink.
Oh, the bullet hole
What are
wound.
all these scars? There are so many of them.
A life of battle will leave its mark upon a man.
Oh, she's gonna remember she shot him.
Is something wrong, Tsuyu?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
But leave me be, woman. I will not be fussed over like some newborn babe.
They make a convincing pair, do they not? On first acquaintance, I would think him a doting grandsire and her a model grandchild. Indeed, had someone told me a year ago that I would live to bear witness to such a scene, I would have declared them mad. That aside, I'm relieved to see Gosetsu has lost none of his spirit. But what a turn of events. I mean, for her to suddenly be watching over him, couldn't make it up, although I suppose Gosetsu is an old man. The way he charges through life, it can be easy to forget. Oh yeah, I kind of forgot too that they had that bar altercation, those two. Aye, he has resisted decrepitude with the same defiance he showed the enemies of Doma. But No matter how adamant his will, no man can carry on forever. He has pushed himself beyond the limits of endurance too many times. Even if his health returns, the fact remains he will never again be the warrior he once was. He has given his all for liege and land, and we will ask no more. And what of his nurse? If Yotsuyu is feigning that, well, she certainly has me fooled. This is no pretense. Yagiri, out of all of us, I would think you the hardest to convince, so what makes you so sure? I have been spying on Yotsuyu from the shadows, waiting for the misstep that would betray her charade for what it was. But her mask has never slipped, not once. She has remained in character from the first. One evening I watched her as she sat in her chambers, unguarded and alone. She had taken the dishes from the cupboard and was pretending to prepare dinner right there on the tatami, a child's game. Even the warrior's shinobi would not go to such lengths. I can but conclude that her mind is truly broken. Well, that's good enough for me and everyone else, I would hazard. Aye, the matter is settled. Yotsuyu will become Tsuyu and begin a new life here in Doma. Before that can happen, however, we will need to present her to the ambassador one last time to prove that her memory is truly gone. But I would not risk parading her in front of our returning conscripts. Her presence at the exchange would only stir up mutinous thoughts. Understandably, she as good as fasten the chains around their necks. Aye, which is why I mean to conclude this business with Tsuyu first, out of the sight of my countrymen. Will you help me? We are at your service. There is no higher purpose than the pursuit of peace. My thanks. The Garlands are on their way, and we must prepare to welcome the ambassador. We will meet you at the docks with Tsuyu. Okay. Before I do anything else, I actually want to go look at that quest where I was supposed to get the correct one, but I got the wrong one. I wonder if I can buy it somewhere. It was the last one for 4.2. And defending, the maiming. So I'm pretty sure I was supposed to get the maiming one. Yeah, right there for Lancer. So this one is giving me 5. Did this one also give me 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it did. Okay. So that way, the next time I had a market board, or if I queue up for like a dungeon or a trial or something, I can just, it might be better to actually, just leave this place instead of the fast traveling. So slow here. I wonder if there's a... Nope. This is top speed, huh? Yeah, they weren't even in the other location either. They were just right here. Shall we wait here then? Lord Heian should not be long. My friends, have you seen Tsuyu? She is nowhere to be found. What? But the Garlands will be landing in a matter of moments. If she's fled, could it mean her memories have returned? I know not. Yugiri is scouring the streets as we speak, but it is possible Tsuyu has left the Enclave altogether. Captain Award, did you perchance carry a fair-skinned woman across the river? A fair-skinned woman, my lord? I do not rightly know, I think. Yes, my lord. Now that you mention it, there was a lady among the passengers whom I do not recall having seen before. Her face was hidden by the brim of her hat, but I remember taking her hand to help her onto the boat. White as new fallen snow it was. Was she someone important, my lord? Have we done something wrong? Wrong? No. No, I was merely hoping to catch our guest before she departed. Be at ease, Captain. I wonder if she just went to go get that food. That, Kosetsu said. To a team that Tsuyu has crossed the river, Kami, help me. No good can come of this. Armor, scouting, aiming, healing, casting. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna double check this shit now, actually. So, hang on. So that quest is that one, and this is the first quest of this, so. I just want to see and make sure that none of this shit is for me. Okay. That one's for a rogue ninja. This one's for not for me. This one for healing, definitely not for me. Casting, not for me either. It doesn't matter. We'll get the aiming one. Actually, I'll get the scouting one. I'm so sad. I want maiming. Gotta remember maiming. More food. Seems Tsuyu has gone unrecognized thus far, but Kami, help us. If someone catches a clear view of her face, I must find her before that happens. Responsibility for her disappearance for all of this lies with me, but I would ask for your aid nonetheless. We are at your service, Lord Hien. Now as before, let us make the crossing and begin our search. You go on ahead. Someone should let Yugiri know what we've learned. I'll join you on the other side. We have no way of knowing where Tsuyu is headed, so we had best divide our forces. I will take Kusakari and its surrounds. Alpha male, if you would take the road to Castrum, whatever. Jeez, forgive me, but could I ask you to interrogate the residents of Yuzuka Manor? One of the Namazu may have well seen our quarry. If everyone is in agreement, let us board the skiff and hope the Kami smile upon our efforts. Oh, did it just make me go to? Cool. So, the manor, which is, oh, it's right here. Do people always live here? I thought this thing was abandoned. Oh, it's the fish. Welcome to Yuzuka Manor. Yes, yes, if there is anything you care to know, you need only, a pale-skinned woman? I've seen no such traveler, I'm sorry to say. Most sorry. Scaly skins at Namazu, on the other hand, we have in abundance. Oh, there we go. Unusually pale skin? Yes, yes, I saw this woman on the way back from my fishing trip. She had just crossed the shallows east of here, and was headed in a northeasterly direction. For the most part, her steps did not seem certain. If you hurry, you might still catch her. Oh, I can just cross. So used to mountains blocking my path, and I have to go around, but this is just water. Oh, up here. See no sign of Yotsuyu to the north. Perhaps she's somewhere farther off to the northeast. She's gonna get in trouble. Probably. Then the sign of Yotsuyu, perhaps she is farther yet farther to the northeast. She's gonna be in the village, I imagine. No. No thank you. Will not help. Yotsiyu is nowhere to be seen, but lying on the ground a short distance to the north you spy a familiar looking wide-brimmed hat. Okay, cool. Didn't put me into the fate, thank God. Cursory glance is all that is required to confirm your suspicions. It is the same hat Yotsiyu was wearing when you found her in Sakazuki. Geez, before you ask, our search for Kusakari and its surroundings has yielded exactly naught, save this chance reunion with you, I suppose. Mistress Alize has gone to assist her brother at the castrum. It was she who informed me of the situation. Join Lord Ian here shortly thereafter. How'd you fare at Yuzuka Manor? Any sign of our missing guest? Towards Namai. By the kami, if the villagers recognize her, it will not end well. We must hurry. Yugiri and I will check the paddles. The village square is yours. Are the patties? Did you say patties or paddles? Like the rice patty? Is that what they're called? Field? I don't know. Oh, cutscene.
Greetings. Might I have one of your... Wait! Please! I only wanted a persimmon.
Yep. Persimmon.
Kami, save us! Her spirit has returned!
She's back from the dead to seek her revenge!
It can't be. She couldn't have survived.
Oh yeah, that was Piston, or Pisser.
What did I do?
As if you don't know!
Good people of Namai, be at ease, I pray you. You have naught to fear.
My lord, forgive me, but what is that monster doing here? They told us she was dead.
I too was surprised to learn of her survival. More even than you, I would hazard. 'Twas I who cut her down, I who left her to her fate. But it would seem the kami had other plans. By some miracle, both she and Gosetsu were spared when the keep collapsed, though Yotsugu's preservation came at the cost of her memory.
You're saying she's forgotten? Forgotten everything she's done?
Lies! Lies, my lord! She would say anything to escape punishment!
What does it matter? We have not forgotten her crimes, and we demand justice! I beg of you, Lord Hien, draw your blade and rid us of this canker!
What I saw then. It's all true. I'm sorry.
supposed to forgive you?
Here, there's no need to cry.
Is that a person?
Can't you see how scared she is? How can you be scared of her? She's not the same.
Is that a persimmon or whatever the fuck?
Until such time as her memories return, this woman shall be known as Tsuyu and treated as a citizen of Doma. I will, however, see that she is watched at all times. Rest assured that there will be no more unannounced visits to the village. As your lord, I ask that you leave her fate in my hands and suffer her to live, for now.
Please, Issei.
Come on, Pissy.
All right. I'll keep my peace. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
Okay, steak. Tofu pancakes. I'll take the steak. I like pancakes, but made of tofu, I don't know. Sigh, that would have been better avoided, but at least it did not end in bloodshed. And judging by Tsuyu's reaction, she remains oblivious to the events of her former life. This was no escape attempt. Nay, it seems it was an offhand request to Gosetsu's, which brought her to Namai. She came in search of persimmon. Huh. And they say fruit is good for the health. Do hope Gosetsu finds the taste to his liking. Well, we have certainly taken the long way around, but let us continue on to Castra and whatever, and our meeting with the ambassador. Alpha Male and Alize should still be there, conducting their search. Where's the castrum, South? Well, I don't know what the hell's gonna happen. She's starting to remember. Maybe she's gonna remember and be good now and not want to go back. I don't know. There's a lot of forgiving and making up for. I think if she and the Fordola chick are also gonna like be good guys from now on. Seems our imperial guests have already arrived. It's just time to meet with the ambassador.
What a pleasure it is to see you once more, Lord Hien. Not to mention my dear sister.
Don't even look at me, please.
A pleasure to see you too, Ambassador. Forgive us our late arrival. You have our people aboard the airship?
Exactly as agreed. We would leave you in no doubt as to the purity of our intentions. I dare say it was the self-same spirit of cooperation which prompted you to bring Yotsuyu here today.
Indeed. Before excluding her from the exchange, I thought it only fair that you see her condition for yourself. Physically, she is in fine health, but her mind is unchanged.
So I see. But all need not necessarily be lost. In anticipation of this tragic turn of events, I took the liberty of inviting some special guests.
Her parents? Or the ones who adopted her? Maybe?
Ah, Yotsuyu. You look, well.
Just the music.
Of all the people.
Is something wrong, dear sister? These are our beloved parents. Does not the sight of them bring back sweet childhood memories?
The fruit.
Gosetsu. I have to take this to Gosetsu.
It would seem my little surprise was not sufficient. You needn't glare at me so, Lord Hien. I merely did what any loving son would do for his family. Lest you doubt, I am content to leave the acting viceroy in your care. Pray, treat her as you would any daughter of Dorma. Do not grow too fond of this place, dear sister. You will come back to us ere long.
I hope she kills him.
We continue with the exchange as planned then.
Very good. The structure across the river should serve our needs. We shall await you there with the conscripts. If you would bring your captives.
Agreed. Until then, Ambassador.
I thought those were like coffins or some shit. I was like, what the hell? What is that? Or was that? No, okay. Well, it's just gonna kick me out. Never mind. I knew better than to trust Asahi, but that was a dirty trick. Still, unpleasant as it was, we have at least put the matter of Tsuyu's future to rest. I've sent her back to the Enclave with Yugiri to give Gosetsu his precious persimmon. Come, let us follow them. Oh, alpha male. You have that look, alpha male. What is it? Oh, nothing of consequence. Most like. We can discuss it upon our return. pay a visit to Gosetsu and reassure him about Tsuyu's fate. He will want to know that the Empire has finally relinquished its claim on her.
Gosetsu, are you awake?
My lord, come in, come in. When Tsuyu returned, her eyes were red from weeping. She spoke not a word, simply sat and peeled some fruit she'd brought for me. She then claimed weariness and retired to her chamber. Tell me, what happened to upset her so?
The ambassador arranged a surprise reunion with her foster parents. A misguided attempt to restore Yotsuyu to her senses. It was plain their presence caused her great distress, but she seemed otherwise unaffected.
Yotsuyu was mistreated as a child, was she not? It was a cruel trick to use her tormentors like that, knowing the pain it could cause.
I like this Asahi less and less.
A plane
Be
outside or
that as it
something.
may, he has agreed to allow Yotsuyu to remain with us in Doma. Our primary concern now is to hand over the prisoners without incident and bring our people safely home.
There was one other detail at the meeting which caught my attention. I assume you all noticed the rather suspect crates within the castrum. The Imperials were quick to retrieve them afterwards, but I wonder...
Out with it, brother. You fear they might contain bombs or war machines?
If the ambassador wanted me dead, he has had ample opportunity. No, assassination is not his intent, but we should be on our guard for other acts of treachery.
Maybe they're not going to deliver them alive or something, or I don't know. Dead bodies.
My lord, forgive me, but the Lady Yotsuyu, she's gone.
Again?
Gone?
I beg your pardons, my lords. I was certain she'd fallen asleep.
No, the responsibility is mine. 'Twas I who gave her a room instead of a cell. She may simply have wandered outside. We will organize search parties.
Come on, man. Why don't you just have a guard on her?
Might I call upon your assistance?
Uh-oh, did she remember?
Help! Help me!
Oh. Unless he did it to, like, set her up.
If only I hadn't remembered.
Oh, she does remember now.
He should hate me. But I will not suffer his kindness. Not after what I did to him.
Who's there?
Oh, it's you. What are you doing out here in the dark?
Why are they here?
This is the Enclave, is it? When the soldiers dragged us back to Doma, you were the last person I expected to see.
You're the bane of our existence, Yotsuyu. A font of misery. You couldn't even do us the simple courtesy of dying, could you? Oh, no. You had to live and taint us with the shame of your failure.
I'll kill them.
We had a perfect life in the capital, and now they're making us wallow in this muddy ruin like common swine. I don't deserve this.
Now, dear, that'll do. There seems little point in berating the girl when she scarcely remembers her own name. Our time would be better spent contemplating how we're to survive this unhappy predicament. You've kept your looks at least. I suspect you'd fetch a handsome price with the right buyer. Maybe enough to get us to Kugane and start a new business.
Ah, my beloved parents. No sooner do I wake from gentle slumber than the world returns in all its cruelty. Yes, this is how it always was. How it was meant to be. Very well. If I cannot escape my nature, then I shall embrace it. To the very depths I have sunk, my soul steeped in spite and rotten to the core. The self-righteous hide behind justice, but I need no such mask. Father, Mother, was it not you who made me into this monster? Who taught me the truth of this miserable world? For years I knew naught but the taste of pain and humiliation. But the time has come to savor my vengeance against Doma. Against all my enemies.
No, not Doma.
With you!
Yotsuyu! What?
Oh, of course he's watching.
Well done, dear sister. Did I not say you would come back to us?
Brother dearest, what a surprise. You always were a cold-blooded little worm. I doubt you thought twice about sending our parents to their deaths.
Your dagger yet drips with their blood, and you presume to judge me? To be frank, I didn't think you had the strength to slay them so cleanly. A single thrust each. I'm impressed. But surely you can't be satisfied with murdering a pair of doddering elders. You yearn for a deeper vengeance, and the power to see it through.
Please. I don't want to die.
Well, too bad.
Any sign of her? What happened here? I knew what would happen if she recovered. And still, I did nothing. You say she left with her brother? Whatever he wants with her, he was willing to pay for it with his parents' lives. But this is neither the time nor the place. We must gather the others.
Okay, so she's still gonna be bad, I guess then. Or, I don't know. Maybe she'll play along with the brother and, like, kill the brother. We have recovered the... whatever their names remains, and we'll hold the cremation and on. Sigh that they had never again set foot in Doma. I broke the news to Gosetsu myself. He was quiet. I think it is best that he be allowed some time alone with his thoughts. Potions. Useless. I think those were potions, actually. I didn't even read what they do. So my friends, that which we feared has come to pass. Yotsuyu has regained her memory and returned to the Imperial fold. Just by any measure, a cruel twist, not least for Gosetsu, but one which does not invalidate our agreement. According to the terms of the contract, we were bound to surrender Yotsuyu into the Garlean's hands should her condition improve prior to the hour of the exchange. By that reckoning, all is, if not as it should be, then as it must be. This I can accept. What I cannot accept are the unconscionable lengths to which Asahi went to achieve this outcome. Given his recent conduct and his apparent admiration of Xenos, it is plain he cannot be trusted, and that is to say nothing of the unexplained containers he insists on bringing to our meetings. Whatever the ambassador is planning, I think it unlikely our negotiations will end peacefully. In the event of hostilities, the safety of the conscripts must be our first concern. As such, I would have an escape route in place before the meeting begins. A wise precaution, the main structure of Castrum whatever is to be the stage for the exchange, then I believe a thorough inspection is in order. The citadel has stood empty ever since the Imperial withdrawal. While we took steps to ensure that it could not be defended by an occupying force, it is entirely possible that the ambassador has arranged things there to his advantage. I will slip inside and make certain we have an unobstructed exit. Pray allow me to join you. I have some experience of Imperial facilities, and should matters take a turn for the worst, I would hope to be of at least some use. Very good. That should be enough to guarantee us a way out of the castrum. Beyond that, however, we will need a ship to ferry the conscripts back to the Enclave. Even with every skiff we have, it would take several trips to evacuate everyone. A Confederate Sekibune, on the other hand, would require only a single run and leave us far less vulnerable on the water, assuming, of course, Rasho can be convinced to part with one. Might I take the lead on this? I've had dealings with Rasho and his pirates before, and I won't be alone, will I, Cheese? You can count on me. Much appreciated. I quite fancy parlaying with pirates again. Just a shame Liz Lee, whatever, won't be there to reprise her role. I am certain you would make a persuasive pair, but I think I will accompany you to these negotiations all the same. My lord, the ruler of Doma should not be seen consorting with common brigands. Come now, Yugiri. They stood with us against the Empire. If we would ask their aid once more, we must treat with them as equals. My presence shall serve to demonstrate our sincerity. Indeed, my lord, pray forgive my presumption. By your leave, master. Alpha male and I shall be about our task. Damn, the dryer's really going. Or the washer, both. And we should be on our way to Ono Koro. Time is short, and Rochelle may take some convincing. Well, been a while since I've been here. Excuse me. Now there is a face I did not expect to see. What brings the noble lord of Doma into the company of bilgrats such as we? We come to offer Doman chains in place of Garlean ones, then I'm afraid you wasted a trip. Ahaha, and what fine subjects you would make. With your fleet at our disposal, our restoration efforts would be hastened tenfold. But let us speak seriously. I stand before you not to demand your fealty, but to request your aid once more. Mayhap you are confused. Doma's liberation was but a means to an end. We aided you only to save ourselves. No, we have no such incentive. We have sworn no oath to you and will not come running like hounds at their master's whistle. Now I would not presume to treat you thus. I come to petition your cooperation as an ally of equal standing. Equal standing, you say? Seems a bit lopsided to me. Where's the profit for us in all of this? Profit, unless you always think in such short-sighted terms. Have you never heard of doing the right thing? Have you ever heard of pirates, little miss? You'll find we're simple souls. You pay our titty, you sail in peace. Deny us our due, and we take it by force. We'll pull you out of the water if we see you drowning, but we are not in the business of doing something for nothing. Calm yourself, Mistress Alize. We did not come here to moralize. We came here to talk. There's more to be said. According to records recovered after the liberation, relatives of your Doman-born brethren were among those conscripted into the Imperial Army. As you may be aware, we recently negotiated the return of said conscripts. Many, alas, will arrive to find no families waiting for them, no homes to grant them shelter. I would ask that you offer them a place in the Confederacy. You would not be rescuing strangers, but welcoming brothers and sisters into your ranks. And has not the Confederacy been in need of new recruits? You seem well informed of our affairs, Lord Tian. The losses we suffered at the Garleans' hands are no secret, but since we drove them out of Doma, the Ruby Sea has come alive with traders and travelers. So many vessels to tax, so few pirates to tax them. We could do with some more hands on deck, and doubly so if they're familiar with the inner workings of the Empire. Very well, the Confederacy agrees to your request. You will have your ship. But before that, you must do something for me. The vessel I have in mind was damaged during the battle with the Empire. Though we have mended her, she has yet to be declared seaworthy. excuse me, she is sound enough down below, but when you load her up with the conscripts and the waterline rises, those upper planks had best be free of cracks. Assuming you want your people to stay dry, you'll do me the favor of swimming around the hull to check for weaknesses. That is, if Doman Lords are not averse to getting their robes wet. Not this Doman Lord. If we each inspect a third of the ship, shall be done in a trice. That is the spirit. The ship is moored at Quickscape Pier. Our apprentice, Shipwright, will be on deck to hear your report. Look for a lad named Ihan Nanash, whatever. And I thought I had a knack for parlaying with pirates. For the record, my previous attempt was an unmitigated success, and yes, I should have quit while I was ahead. Well, I thought the rumors exaggerated, but the young lord gives up to his reputation. Alright, ship inspector. It's like in the water. Upon closer inspection, you spot a small crack in one of the planks. Wait, where is it? See no signs of damage here. I'm the shipwright, or apprentice shipwright. Did you find anything that might need attention? The section I inspected seemed solid enough. On the port side near the bow, you say? Alright, I'll have a look and see what I can do. My apologies, I seem to have lagged behind. Could float in that gentle sea all day. Otherwise, I'm happy to report no visible cracking or holes in my section of the hull. You're Lord Hean. The captain sent you to inspect the hull. Kami, have mercy. Forgive us this discourtesy, my lord. Ha, 'tis quite all right. In fact, I rather enjoyed it. I take it you are of Doma? Yes, my lord. Imperials took my father away after the uprising, and I had nowhere else to turn. The Confederacy became my family. Someone told me they're releasing the conscripts now. Maybe my father will be among them. Not that I can go back. There's no leaving once you've joined. How fares Our Lady? Is she seaworthy? Captain, we found a small crack in the port side, but I'll have it fixed before you know it. So you have met the boy. Did he tell you his story? He babbles when he is nervous. Should his father be among the conscripts as he hopes? I mean to give him the choice to leave this life. If he so chooses, I expect you to see that they are provided for. I've heard that those who join the Confederacy forswear all ties with kin and homeland. Is that oath so easily put aside? If I allow it, I see in him the lad I saw 25 years ago. You say the words, you mean them, but the yearning for home still lingers. My family is long dead, and I know this life is my lot, but he has scarce dipped his toes with us. If there's a life for him in Doma, he should have the chance to live it. Well said. The Empire's conquest has uprooted many and more. Be it in Yangsha or out on the Ruby Sea, we have a duty to ensure that whatever his name is, and others like him are free to dwell where they desire. When the matter is settled, I will make preparations to cast off. Well, my friends, it seems we have our ship that is returned to the Enclave. In at where? So my Going in here again. No flying. I want to fly. Seems Yagiri and Alpha Male completed their task before us. They have been waiting. We scouted the structure and determined the swiftest path to safety. In the event of hostilities, we will lead the conscripts outside with all possible haste. From there, the Confederacy has pledged a ship to ferry us across the One River. Now we have but to attend the exchange and pray that to the Kami these precautions were unnecessary. Oh, it just increases, like, excuse me, random stats. Primary agreement. While we're putting on our contingency plans in place, I left Hakuro in charge of organizing transport for the Imperial prisoners. He will see they arrive at the appointed hour, leaving us free to rendezvous with our Confederate allies. Come, they await us on the riverbank, not far from the castrum. Alright, I'm just gonna travel to Namaya and go south. It might be quicker to just go to the docks, but fuck it. No idea what's gonna happen. I don't think anyone's gonna die, but I could be wrong. After all, Papa Lamau died in one of these post-expansion updates, Heaven's Lord 1. Your party is assembled then? Aye, and ready for what lies ahead, I trust. Lest there be any confusion, though. The tower across the water is to be the scene of the exchange, that and whatever else Asahi has planned. But regardless of the ambassador's intentions, we will bring our people home. Yagiri, you are to evacuate the conscripts at the first sign of trouble. Yes, my lord. We, meanwhile, shall cover their escape and lend what support we can. Your ship awaits you at the castrum's loading docks. She'll see you safely home. Then all stand ready to play their part. Come, let us be about it.
At last, the hour has come. The conclusion to these negotiations will mark a new beginning for Dorma and the Empire. A first step on the road to peaceful coexistence.
I just got scared all of a sudden that like the thing was covering it, but I just wanted to check.
Indeed. We are ready to proceed with the exchange when you are. Forgive my curiosity, Ambassador, but is there a purpose to these containers you bring with you?
Oh, the supply crates. They are filled with materials we hoped might be of use in Dorma's restoration. I meant to gift them to you at our last meeting, but we had so much else to discuss.
How very generous. I confess I had not expected such compassion. Welcome though it is. But then I was also surprised by the news that one of our captives had delivered herself into your custody ahead of time. A minor discrepancy I shall overlook in the spirit of the occasion.
Are you perhaps referring to me, Lord here?
No, she remembers.
Yotsuyu.
Orphan of the Naori, widow of Sashihai, and acting viceroy of Doma. You and your people are mine to govern, mine to punish.
Well, well. It would seem your shattered mind is mended. As per our agreement with the ambassador, you are free to return with him to the Empire. Your authority as acting viceroy, however, is no longer recognized here.
My position is not for you to decide, little lordling. All who resist the rule of the Empire must be purged. Such was the order given to me by Lord Xenos himself. I will reign here in this putrid, pestilent swamp until the last of you has been broken. This land shall know no dawn. I will spew forth darkness and drown all in eternal night. And high above you I shall shine.
She gonna summon a primal?
Cold and distant as the moon.
Crystals.
What has she done?
Oh gods, this is a summoning.
Okay, well maybe now she'll die. Set up for like pipe or a weapon.
A Dorman citizen has called forth an icon in direct violation of our primary agreement. The negotiations have failed. Abandon the captives and make preparations to withdraw.
But Ambassador!
Disobey me, Pilus, and you disobey the Emperor. Make preparations to withdraw! Now!
As you command.
Damn, so I wonder thought that he wasn't really part of that then, like he didn't know.
My lord, you must fall back!
You ask me to run?
Strategic withdrawal.
Spare my pride, would you? I know this foe is beyond me. The field is yours. We will withdraw, but not without our countrymen. I want every soul accounted for. Every soul!
My lord.
I knew you would not flee. I see now the strength which flows from that baleful light of yours. But I am become Tsukuyomi, goddess of the moon and divinity of night. What power can compare to such celestial majesty? I shall plunge all I despise into darkness. And within that black abyss, even your light shall flicker and fail.
Yeah.
Come, let us cast the stalks and look upon the fate of Thorn. I see a future in which the sun sets on this wretched land. Once and for all!
Wait, that's the name of the trial? Oh god, average item level 335. I needed that shit. Alright. Let's go home. Okay, I need to look at that armor. I don't even know if I can buy it. This is gonna suck. Man, I had like my money too. Alright. DAI Ryu Yaku. And then I do Hachi Gane of Maiming. Maybe you can't buy these. Damn, you can't just... Oh, maybe you can get the... DAI Ryumaku armor of maiming copper. Can you buy coppers? Copper. Armor of maiming copper. Let me see. I still have this one, right? Market prohibited. Damn, I think I'm just done with those. Oh. Okay, average item level. Okay, what item level is this shit gonna be? 370. And for that I needed to 335. All this is so expensive. What the hell is this? Do I have any rings? that are higher than 300. Bracelet, 300, 370. I can't believe I fucked up like that, man. This one was cheap, right? Okay, I'll get that one. Cannot. What about now? Okay, whatever. So let's do that. 370. I'll look for a ring too. Might as well get something that's higher. $36. 10. Okay. Look at that one. That one was pretty high, right? 409. And then where was 350? I actually think that's enough now. Average item level 335. It is, but I think I'm gonna get gear. It's in the higher than 300 still. At least, so I need body. $100,000. This looks pretty cool. How does this look? $77, $75, $39, $12. Look at this one. Some body, hands. $48, $150, $30. Goddamn. 12. How much is this? $350. Oh, hell yeah. How much is this? $320. Oh, it's not super high. We'll get to 351. Okay, legs. Nope. 87. Jesus Christ. 40. 320. Okay, let's look at the feet. Feet is 290. Wow, that one is pretty good. Okay, so I can go a little lower on the legs then. So legs, 300. It has to be above 300. Just get that one. Okay. Oh, it's the feet. And the legs. did buy the body, right? $370, $350, $380. Some lower, some higher. Okay. Let me talk to you real quick. Sell this. How much time is my goddamn put some clothes on? Oh, complete. Alright, now I'm gonna withdraw my guild to get the money back. And now, I want to not look as ridiculous. Pair cringe. Alright, let's go put that gear in then. It was... oh, I don't even think I put them in my... so they should be in my armory, I think. That one doesn't matter. Legs. So I think it was the antiquated stuff. If I am not mistaken. Gauntlets. And the greaves. So maybe it was just those two. Yay, more gil. Gonna need that. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Edit. It was 15. Antiquated. I think I'm still wearing the... oh, it was that one. Okay, that should be what I had. Cool. Alright, I'm going to use the restroom. So I'll be back. I'm going to do that first, and then that, and then I'm going to mute, and then I'll be back. I'm back. I'm sad. Let me do that. And do that. Oh, and I could queue now. I guess I should look at this really quick. Can take this out. And that one. And that one. That ring too. Okay, let's get rid of the glamour. Alright, and what do I want to keep? So the X's, I'm just going to go ahead and sell. Or, the seal thing. Correcting your players, all classes. Oh, I didn't do this one. Alright, I guess let's just see what I want to put in here. That one, the antiquated. I know I'm not using it, but just in case. Not that. That's that one I just tried on, right? Yeah. Does that one go with that one? I don't think so. The earrings. Do I have a pair like that already? No. Necklace. I think I like this one. Yeah, I did. About the choker. I just wish it wasn't yellow. Maybe I'll keep that because I can sell that. It looks like two. Those bracelets are look alright. And then the rings. Okay, I think that's everything. Okay, so items, and I can only sell 2. Wow. I'll sell it for 140. 14, I think that's 140. And this goes for cheap. I thought about keeping it actually. Whatever. 500. She saw anything either? Or two? No. And everything else I'll turn in for seals. Man, I could have had some cool armor probably. Because I liked how that one looked. But I just didn't get it for Dragoon. I think next time I just need to look it up. Oh, we got 3 DPS. Probably should have started the queue before went to the restroom. Okay, am I putting that much in? 3, 4, 5, 15. Just 15 items. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 15 items then. This is so sad. Am I gonna... No. Just give me the materials. Actually, maybe I should have bought 100. Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy more shit right now. Ugh. Okay, give me like... Where's the Lancer one? Do I have that one? I think I bought that one already. Oh, that's pretty ugly. Okay, never mind. Take it back. Alright, give me 70, whatever, 57. That should be enough now. I'll drink the tea. Hopefully it'll get in there by the time. Gonna waste 30 minutes of it. And I guess I can teleport to the gold saucer. Damn. This motherfucker's back. Two, nope. 9, 11, 252, give me an 8. Thank you. Cool. 4, 5, 9. Well, no, 9, 8, 7. 10, 6, 5. Could be 2. But give me a 7. 3, 7, 20. 21. I don't think I can get a 21 in any of these. Oh, maybe if I click one of these. Let's go that way. 119. How much would this give me? 72. I almost went that way. One, 9, 6, 5. Alright. 987, please. Cool. No, people left the queue. I don't know what to do now. Armor of scouting. Oh, I have more. I'm so sad I didn't get my version of this armor. I can suppose I can give her the tea set. Don't know why I have the gazelle horn. Oh, I think she gave it to me, one of them. Assuming that's what that is from. Okay, well I can go back home, I guess. Is that a person or an NPC? Cool. You guys all better accept. Cool. Just no bubble shit, please. That's all I ask. Just gonna give it to this person.
Oh, it's going to be a long night. Your end is near.
Oh, well, I died. I get it. I think, sort of. You gotta follow the way it goes, I think. That's barely one eye right there.
Your death will
dragon. Hold on a minute. I even can't tell what's going on. Spectre of Xenos. This is an interesting fight.
In darkness blooms the spider lily. From mortal height, I rise anew. Suffused with night, I shall prevail.
Uh-oh. Oh, stand on this side? Oh no, okay.
In night's chill shine petals
I'm trying to like figure out where I'm supposed to stand by following them, but I don't get it. Okay, that one I kind of get. Oh, I didn't even know it's been dragon. That one.
Not yet. I'll grind you under my heel. You under my heel.
Oh, okay. Yay! But saw your message magic, and I was just like waiting for it, and I was like, oh, yep. Okay, now she dead. And everybody gone. Oh man, don't tell me he's gonna like take credit or some shit.
You really must learn to finish the job. 'Tis true that a gaudy mirror and a handful of crystals make for a feeble summoning. But even the weakest icon is a god of sorts. A threat that must be put down. My, such hostility! These beings are the sworn enemies of the Empire. I merely did my duty as an Imperial officer. Will you surrender to anger then? Slay an anointed emissary to avenge a fallen foe?
Ha! You cannot, of course! To do so would burn the bridges we have labored so hard to build.
Oh, but I'm forgetting. They're already ash. This Dorman woman has seen to that. The Empire cannot ally itself with any nation that refuses to renounce summoning. I believe I was most clear on that point. It should have been mine. The power he bestowed upon her. I should have been the one to govern Dorma. I would have repaid his faith.
That's what he's salty about?
No
Oh,
one
God.
alive loves him more than I!
Really? Really?
Instead, this harlot betrayed his trust. Useless piece of filth! Worthless whore!
Thank you, dear brother, for this precious gift. Vengeance. These people, our people, they ignore the corruption which festers beneath the surface. Cast aside that which is dirty and broken. Speak not of things which would disrupt their dreary little lives. Like you, Asahi. Always pretending not to see. You were the first. The first I swore to kill.
What the fuck was teeth clattering?
Such bliss. I had thought my hunger insatiable. But now I am satisfied. You should feel honored, dear brother. I saved the last of my strength, just for you. What's the matter? The Witch of Doma will soon be dead.
Yeah, I feel like it's mainly him though, that brother. Everyone else has been like, I don't know, there's always a little funny, like someone gets a funny smirk or smile and it looks a little weird, but his are like really over the top. So, take my jacket off. So you deserve to kind of fate. Setsu will mourn you. I don't know which one she'd want to hear. Say Gosetsu will mourn you.
He will mourn to you, perhaps. I wonder, was the fruit as sweet as he remembered?
Okay, I think she's really gone now, but is he really gone? Since everyone seems to have 2 lives.
Lord Xenos. I am at your disposal.
Asai, you were born of Doma, yes?
Yes, my lord. I am honored that you would remember me. How may I serve?
You are hereby appointed Ambassador Plenipotentiary, and empowered to speak with the voice of the Emperor. Return to your native land of Doma, and announce your intention to sue for peace.
For peace?
Once negotiations are underway, you are to locate the acting Viceroy.
She lives? That is to say, I will, my lord.
When you have found her, you will initiate a ritual to call forth an icon. I will instruct you in the necessary steps. Yotsuyu's faith is unreliable, but as a child raised to believe in the Kami, she will serve as a vessel for one of the Kojin's gods. She need only wish it to be so. The power will seem a gift, but the icon's essence will consume her. She will be no more than a husk, a slave to whim and desire.
My lord, ever since the day you saw fit to save my miserable life, I have dreamed of repaying your benevolence. Upon my honor, I swear to devote myself wholly to your service. All that you command will be done, no matter the cost. But I fear the subtleties of your plan yet elude me. From the reports I have heard, the champion who aids the Doman resistance would make short work of a single icon.
The icon is merely a message. The pacifist teachings of the Populares spread through this city like a plague. And I would remind the people of the threat we face.
Does he have the same voice actor, or did they give him a new one already? Well, I guess more time passed between the updates than the base expansion.
You will be my chosen agent. The hand which tolls the warning bell. The salvation of this world will not be won through the signing of treaties.
Your chosen agent. I will not fail you, my lord. My master, Lord Xenos, he will come for you.
You have prevailed, I see.
She is gone. Wherefore did the Kami spare us, only to inflict this pain?
Death shall not want for company this day. You spared us a worse disaster, but I fear our fledgling peace with the Empire was beyond saving.
Lord Hien!
Yeah, this guy seemed down with the piece. He looked like he was playing
Maxima, is it not?
part of the, what do you call
I
it?
assumed you long fled.
I entertain thoughts of escape even now, but our negotiations have yet to reach a satisfying conclusion. The ambassador insisted that the summoning spelled an end to our mission here, but it seemed to me there was more to the tale.
Saw a vision of Sari's past. Xenos was behind this plot.
I have heard tell of this power you wield, and in your vision, you witnessed Lord Xenos giving these orders.
Okay, maybe I gave him too much information.
How can that be? Xenos is dead. He took his own life after the battle in Alamigo. I saw his body with my own eyes.
Forgive me, but Lord Xenos is very much alive. He granted our party an audience prior to our departure. That he was gravely wounded is certain, but his recovery appeared to be proceeding apace.
I'm afraid I share Lord Hien's confusion. The man's death was confirmed and his remains interred. These are matters of public record.
Some black robe shit, whatever they're called. Forgot already.
I have no doubt
Asians.
you believe what you say. But what then is the explanation? that an imposter has infiltrated the innermost circle of the Imperial Court. The idea is inconceivable, absurd, but worthy of investigation nonetheless. Our movement can ill afford to have a highly placed pretender undermining our efforts.
Your efforts may yet bear fruit. Tell me, what is to become of our prisoner exchange? Though we have already taken custody of our conscripts, we have yet to release your Imperial comrades. Do you still intend to collect them?
Yes. As the late Ambassador's second in command, it falls to me to speak on the Empire's behalf. And I'm happy to confirm our intent to proceed according to the original agreement.
Then let us be about it. 'Twould be a pity to abandon such a promising beginning.
Indeed. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. As soon as our people are secure aboard our airship, we shall depart straightways for Garlemald.
Tread lightly, Pilus. I sense treachery awaits you there.
Might I accompany you to the capital?
Alphino, have you gone mad?
Imposter or no, if Xenos was instructing Asahi on the finer points of ritual summoning, then experience tells us there is an Ascian waiting in the wings. Without our knowledge and expertise, our new friends will be hard-pressed to contend with a foe for whom death is but a minor inconvenience. They need our help.
Were you indeed willing to share your knowledge of this enemy, we would not shun your counsel.
You truly mean to do this? In full knowledge of the danger?
I have seen the Warrior of Light risk her life on countless occasions. Next to her, I'm scarce more than a distraction on the battlefield.
True alpha male.
But in the meeting room or the audience chamber, there I can make a difference. I can strike bargains, forge ties, and change minds. And where better to do these things than in the home of our old enemy?
I believe in you, alpha male.
Tis not for me to stop you, but I would have you consider an alternative arrangement. Rather than braving the Empire as a simple traveler, go forth as an emissary of Doma. Such a position should offer you some measure of protection.
Go then. You've obviously made up your mind. Just
Take-
try not to do anything reckless.
Take her with you.
alright?
Take her with you.
I shall be on my best behavior. Farewell, my friends.
Okay. Well, it worked out, sort of. Knew Asahi was planning some manner of treachery, but a summoning. Thank the Kami you were here, my friend. None of us would have escaped Yotsuyu's vengeance had you not intervened. She was a pawn eye, but she still had a choice. She chose to submit to the ambassador's plan. Just a little wonder Gosetsu departed in silence. Excuse me. Together he left the same way he came, alone aboard a rowing boat. As for the conscripts, most made it to the Sekubune before the battle began in earnest, but the vessel yet awaits on the riverbank for those who did not flee in time. And I suggest we put this doleful place behind us and make for the Enclave together. Be ashamed to miss the joyous reunion. That's his dad.
how often have I imagined this moment? Thank you for helping it come to pass.
Smile.
Ah, there you are.
Oh, is his outfit different? Nope. Oh, damn.
Gosetsu, your hair. My friend, what have you done?
Breaking Bad.
An old man who cannot raise his blade has no place in the service of a young lord.
He looks younger.
Thus did I decide to devote my remaining days to pilgrimage. I will walk this land, offering prayers of repose for all the souls who left this life in suffering.
All of them?
Don't leave us, or safe travels. Well, I'm pretty sure he's gonna leave regardless. I'll say safe travels. I don't want to be an asshole.
A fulsome farewell makes for an enjoyable journey.
Scarcely have we said our goodbyes to Alphino, and you leave us too. But 'tis well that my companions find their own way forward. I must endeavor to do the same.
I have faith that you will find the best path for Doma without me, my lord. Pray forgive me this last act of selfishness, and grant me your blessing.
You have earned it 1,000 times over. Go in peace, my friend. I shall make of Doma a land where children laugh, and none need live in fear.
There is no better way to honor those who went before.
God, is that really how he sees us? He's a fucking mountain.
And with that, I take my leave.
Could fucking step on Alizé and Alpha Male. Well, there he goes. Gosetsu. Fair journey to you, my friend. That guy's going a little crazy. A bittersweet. What the hell are they? That's just their... Oh, okay. Never mind. A bittersweet occasion, but there is yet an ample cause to be grateful. Pray join us in the can or whatever. But thank you properly. Furries running around in Doma. Well, I guess they already have some, actually. Our brothers and sisters return to us, and the dream of Doma's restoration is that much closer to being realized. It is a day that will live long in memory, the one that would never be have dawned without the courageous actions of the Scions. On behalf of Doma and her people, we give you our deepest thanks. Lest you think me complacent, I assure you, I have not forgotten the dark cloud on the horizon. That Xenos lives is a source of grave concern, mayhap the gravest. Yet there is little to be done, but wait for Alpha Male to send word. Till then, I plan to devote myself to fulfilling the promise I made to Gosetsu, by building a nation in which none need live in fear. Sigh, I confess, I miss him already, but the thought that he has at last found peace goes some way to softening the blow. I wonder, did you ever stop to ask yourself why he showed Yotsuyu such kindness? I believe the answer lies in past tragedy, specifically the death of his wife and daughter during the invasion. Though he hid it well, they were never far from his thoughts, and in Yotsuyu's childlike mien, whatever, I believe he saw not a fallen tyrant, but the little girl who was lost to him. After the loss of his family, Gosetsu devoted himself wholly to the service of his country. He suffered any hardship, strove beyond the limits of endurance, without hesitation or complaint. Though Tsuyu could never truly replace his daughter, I'd hoped that with her at his side, he might live out the remainder of his days in relative contentment. But that the kami had been so minded, even now I labor to discern any meaning in Yotsuyu's fate, to deliver her from certain death with no memory of her sins, only to leave her at the mercy of her stepbrother. Can that truly have been their will? That I cannot tell you. The will of the kami is not for us to know. But what I do know is that for a brief moment, a girl known as Tsuyu lived among us, and that she brought with her a whisper of respite for a grieving heart. Oh, it's not even the last one. Under the moonlight. I think it's time we were going, don't you? We've done all we can here, and we have a lot to report. But before we head back to the Rising Stones, let's call in at Ralger's Reach. We should be the ones to tell Liz about Xenos after everything we went through together. We owe her that. Ralger's Reach then. 1,000 gil. Almost 2 million. Damn it, dude. I can't believe I did that shit with the armor coffer. I'm so sad. I guess I can just travel there from here. Slightly closer. Geez, Alizé, you're back. No alpha male? It's good to see you, Liz. As for my headstrong brother, he's off on what will almost certainly turn out to be a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Garlemald. It's a long story, but we have evidence that Xenos might still be alive. What? This is a joke. Gods, this has better be a joke. Look, I know what I saw, alright? We all saw it. Are you here and here you are saying he's alive and well and living the high life back in Garlemald. I know how ludicrous this sounds, but I'm still having difficulty believing it myself. While I might doubt the word of an imperial envoy, I'm inclined to trust Jesus. She saw the crown prince through the echo in a meeting that could only have taken place in the recent past. It was him, it was Xenos. No, it must have been, I don't know, some kind of really convincing imposter. Xenos is dead. He had a great big hole in his neck. We buried him. Aye, and someone went to the trouble of desecrating the bastard's grave, remember? Thal's gilded halls. Whatever are you talking about? Oh, thought it was gonna be Ramadan. Thancred, what brings you to the Reach? Alpha Male had me lending a hand at the Salt Tree, keeping an eye on the rebuilding work and so on, just until operations were up and running, and now that they are, I thought I might look in on you before wending my weary way back to headquarters. Forgive me if I misheard, but is there some suggestion the late Crown Prince could have gotten better? If so, I might suggest a quick look inside his coffin as our first order of business. As much as I hated the man, it's an appeal right to filing his grave, but if it will put this rumor to rest, I suppose we have to. And when there are no curious eyes about, if we can manage it. Xenos is buried up at Bloodhowl in the locks. His grave was set apart from the others and left unmarked, so as not to upset the locals. Then it shouldn't be too hard to find. Nago, you're in charge until I get back. So I'm wondering if he really is alive, or if somebody somehow, I don't know, just looks like him. Because I'm pretty sure there was that cutscene with the Scion where he took his mask off. I'm pretty sure then it would be Xenos, or whatever the fuck his name was. I feel like, I guess I'll find out if the body is there or not. So if the body's there, then maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's not really him. Or maybe it's like that soul thing where the soul goes into the aether, but somehow was separated from going all the way back and put in another body. I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do. This is it, gods. He'd better be in there. Someone scrawled all over the stone a while ago, but I had it scrubbed off and thought no more about it. So no one thought to check if the coffin was still occupied. Well then, we are presented with but one course of action, and we had best be sure we are not observed in the doing of it. Shall we begin?
Oh dear. We seem to be missing a corpse.
Okay, it's him.
Well, it must be somewhere. I only hope it isn't walking around.
Okay, well, who is he? If there's no corpse, then are we to conclude the rumors are true? Not necessarily. We might still be dealing with a doppelganger of some kind. An agent could have been sent to dispose of the body in a bid to lend credence to the tale of Xenos' resurrection. More and more, however, I find myself siding with Alpha Male's theory of Ascian possession. Speaking from experience, I can tell you they have no qualms about taking a living host, let alone a dead one. You're saying an Ascian is walking around in Xenos' body. Okay, yeah, that's what that one makes the most sense. Seems a distinct possibility. Once I put his grave back the way we found it, I shall pay a visit to the people responsible for interring the Crown Prince. Before leaping to any conclusions, I want to know for sure if a body was ever buried here, and how certain we are that Xenos was properly dead. If he wasn't, that was some trick. He had a good cut. He as good as cut his own head off. Anyway, Ramadan needs to hear about this. If you find anything out, send word to me at Rauger's Reach. Sigh. I don't know why I'm surprised. Matters settling down in Doma. We were due another crisis. Shall we make for the Rising Stones then? It's past time we shared these developments with the others. While I was waiting for you to arrive, I spoke with Urinator over Link Pearl, gave him a full report. Y'shtola is on her way. Should be here any... Yeah, Y'shtola. Althazay, cheese. Just good to see you safe and well. What news have you from the east? Disturbing developments indeed. Given all that we know, I too would conclude that an Ascian now inhabits Xenos' body. A doppelganger might fool the Crown Prince's subordinates, but cheese, nay, Alpha Male had the right of it. Would that his wisdom extended to the question of his own safety? Capable though he has become, he ventures alone into the enemy stronghold in the shadowy web of the Paragons, like as not. When it comes to making rash decisions, I'm hardly in a position to criticize, but... Oh, my phone. I'm worried, I just wish there was something I could do for him besides pray. Alright, Imperial Palace. We cannot suffer icons to exist. Was I not clear on this point? More than clear. The icon in question was summarily dispatched by the Warrior of Light. The summoner is dead, and the right beyond repeating. Everything proceeded according to plan, every part behaving exactly as required. Excuse me. My methods may seem extreme, but there is no cause for concern. I work only to ensure the salvation of this star. What are you doing, fiddling with that thing? Oh, I asked you a question, soldier. What are you? Have you lost your mind? I can't recognize this dude's face. I have no idea if he's new or old. I have lost many things, but my mind is yet my own. There upon the stage I stood, prepared to take my final bow, only to find that the finale was but an intermission. Shall I use this chance to repent for my sins, embrace goodness and mediocrity? Nay, I think not. While the one I yearn to face yet lives, the hunt must go on. Is this the real Xenos then? I'm guessing? I'm so confused. Lunar cycle. So I think that was... I actually don't know if it's 4 point whatever, but I think that was 0.3. I think so. I have 0.4 or part 4 and then part 5 and then part 5, part 2, I think. Emissary of the Dawn. It's been an eventful few days, hasn't it? But I suppose all we can do now is wait for a word from Alpha Male. I don't recall the last time I had nothing pressing to be getting on with. We should probably make the most of it. Shall I put on some tea? Tea would be lovely. You may regale me, whatever, with the tale of your adventures in the Far East, and of your encounter with this new primal especially. I'll put the kettle on then. The table looks free if you'd like to take a seat. Upon sitting at the table, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Should I go pee? Nah. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Alright, hopefully I'm going to be clicking. Alright, long cutscenes. Movie time. Interesting. So this Tsukiyomi was summoned in much the same manner as whatever, via the medium of a sacred relic. That's right. They believe their gods or kami reside in physical objects. Given the danger they represent, it may behoove us to begin a catalog of such relics. But if we are to contain the threat, we will require a better understanding of the summoning method itself. I believe I shall pay a visit to Doma and learn what I can on the subject. Fine idea. I know for a fact that our friends in Doma would be grateful for any information which could help to prevent further summoning in the region. I will pen you a letter of introduction. Lord Heian will wish to welcome our resident expert on aetherology. Greetings. Could it be that I'm in time for tea? It certainly looks the way. Come on, sit down and tell us how your investigations went. After he left, I went about questioning bloodhouse gravekeepers. They all told much the same story. Only Liz and her officers had confirmed Xenos' death. His corpse was interred under strict supervision. There seems little reason to doubt their testimony on that point, but when I mentioned the defacement of Xenos' grave, accounts grew rather more vague. None reported having seen any suspicious persons in the vicinity, and all assumed the act to have been perpetrated by a vengeful Alamigan. Crucially, however, I was able to confirm that when the offending scrawl was removed, as per Elise's instruction, no one involved thought to check the contents of the coffin. By that stage, just like that the corpse was already missing. Assuming Xenos has not in fact risen from the dead, we are left with two possibilities. Either the body was disposed of to lend credence to the claims of an extremely committed impostor, or an Ascian has taken up residence within it. If Asahi was as a devotee as you believe, he would not have been fooled by an impersonation, however committed. We must assume that we are dealing with an Ascian and proceed accordingly. Agreed. The question is, how many more such monsters are waiting for Alpha Male and Garlemald? Your presence was his chief reason for going. He understood the risk. I only hope he did not underestimate the extent of the infestation. Meanwhile, the Imperial Hypersonic Assault Craft, L, is that 25? $50-25 maybe? Is that what it's supposed to be? The L, 50-25? I'm not sure. Master Alpha Male, we are making good speed towards our destination. Is Autumnus. Nay, 'tis just I could see naught from my cabin, and was curious to know the land over which we flew. I'm afraid our military craft are built with little thought for such niceties. I'm happy to indulge your curiosity, however. We are presently passing over the burn on the western edge of Othard, or whatever. Even with the benefit of a porthole, your gaze would have been greeted with naught but malms upon malms of lifeless earth. I read something of the burn. It was described as a desolate wasteland, bled dry of every last drop of aether. Aye, it is believed that a succession of icon summonings was responsible. When Emperor Solus first came to Othard and beheld this blight, he is said to have reeled at the scale of the devastation. He declared icons a threat to our very star's existence and issued an empire-wide decree ordering the eradication of all such entities. Uh-oh. Report. We're under attack, sir. Magitech armor. No visible designation. Magitech, but who? All cannons return fire. Damage report. The main reactor's been hit. Helm unresponsive. We're going down, sir. Damn it, they knew exactly where to hit us. All hands brace for impact. So I wonder if this is the guy that flew in that little thing, but I find it hard to believe he's doing this much damage. Glad to have you back, Master Alpha Male. We have landed in one piece, more or less. But the air filtration system is damaged, and the ship is filling with smoke. We must gather the survivors and get out while we still can. Aye aye. Yeah, Max is cool. I hope he's not a piece of shit. Duty calls commence. Emissary of the Dawn. Oh, what the hell? In the coming battle, you'll fight as Alpha Male. Search for survivors. Let's see who are injured. Roleplay. I'm an Alpha Male. Oh, I can't do any. I wanted to do a dope and stuff. This restores target's HP, deals whatever, deals unattached damage, let's see, 30. Sort pet hotbar. Starstorm. It's a big one. Wait, so am I not really doing that? Oh, I have to stand still. Oh, okay, and then 2 to heal. I think something I would have made it. Yes, he very likely saved his life. The question of who would try to take it remains, however. Oh. This last few out of their misery, the prince wishes none left alive. Prince. They've not come to parley, I fear. Ready your weapons. Maybe I'll go for the little guys. God, it's so weird playing as him. Can do the 3 on there. No, why are you targeting me? Target the other guy. Can I heal myself? Trouble. Found it, not here, not like this. What? Who in the Emperor's name? Enemies of our enemies. Traductions can wait. You are calm in a crisis, Master Alpha Male. Let us finish this then. Oh, it's the limit break thing. And these guys smack. Use my limit break on him. Kind of wasted it, running away. Yep, wasted. Damn it. Well. I think I did the heal thing on it. Whoops. What does it even do? Oh, it binds enemies nearby. Let's see. Okay, maybe this one would be good to buy. My thanks. Excuse me. Your intervention proved most timely. Well, I did not think to meet an Eorzean in this place, let alone a Scion. You know of me, sir? I have some small history with your order. But I would speak of the present. Know you your assailants and the severity of your predicament. The soldiers bore the insignia of the Emperor's personal guard, and I could venture a guess as to their motive, but you yet have us at a disadvantage, sir. Will you not tell us who you are? Our names are not yours for the asking, and as for our purpose, let this be your answer. An Ascian mask. The face of our prey. We must away before more arrive. Come with us or stay, but make your choice now. Even should we manage the long trek out of the burn and secure passage to the capital, we will no doubt be greeted by the Emperor's guard. Indeed, we accept your gracious offer. Shadow Hunter will suffice for the present. Oh, and the next one, Shadowbringers. Come. Damn. Has he killed that many? Maybe he was a former Ascian. This is intolerable. But as much as I wish it were otherwise, there is nothing we can do for Alpha Male now but pray for his success. Well, that is not entirely true. While your brother journeys to Garlemald from the east, I can make my way there from Alamigo and find out what there is to be learned in the Empire's western provinces. And I'm coming with you. I can't very well sit here sipping tea if there's action to be taken. Forgive me, Alize, but the provinces are hostile territory, and stealth is all important. It is safer that I go alone. I can sneak well enough when the situation demands it. Don't patronize me. We should leave this to Thancred. Not you two. I understand your frustration, Alize, but she has the right of it. We must defer to Thancred's expertise in this matter. Sigh, fine, but just promise you'll be careful. Seems that praying is to be the extent of my contribution after all, but I will stay behind, as I have been bid. We all have our talents. Mine just happened to involve a silver tongue and soft souls. I promise to send word the moment I learn aught of consequence. See that you notify me too. I mean to depart for Doma as soon as I find a suitable East Aldernard, whatever, vessel to bear me thither. I shall return if I am needed. Be sure to drop in whenever you're in the next area. When you're next in the area, Chiefs. With any luck, I'll have a painfully detailed report from Alpha Male to share. Maybe that one was the last one for the thing. So that's the first one. That was kind of weird for a first one. A new chapter of New Game Plus has been added. Either way, come ponder. You are deep in thought. Whoops. The eyes just kind of go to the side. That's funny. Alright. What now? Sisterly act. More food. Oh geez, if you come here hoping for news, I'm afraid there isn't any. Everything is exactly as it was. Stola is still investigating primals. In the Far East, Thancred is still gathering intelligence in the Imperial provinces, and Alpha Male is still out there somewhere. There's been no word since his first scheduled report, nor does he respond to calls. And all the while, I'm just meant to sit around here waiting. It's driving me mad. Begging your pardons, I bear a message from the Eorzean Alliance. Thank the gods for that. We have a visitor. Welcome to the Rising Stones. If you have a message, I should be most eager to hear it. My lady, the Alliance leadership will soon convene to discuss the matter of Ascian interference, and they humbly request the presence of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Having assessed intelligence provided by the Alamigan Resistance concerning the whereabouts of Xenos' remains, they too suspect Ascian involvement and wish to deliberate a suitable course of action. As the foremost authorities on our foe, your orders council would be most welcome. Of course, we should be glad to assist in whatever way we can. With almost everyone else afield, I'd say this one falls to us, by which I mean I'm not going on my own. You'll come with me, I trust. Of course I will. There you have it. We accept the invitation. Thank you. The time and date of the meeting will be shared in due course, but I can confirm that the council will take place in Alamigo, by your leave. Also, I don't think I actually have to worry about when the Post-Stormblood thing ends, because I'm sure it will play the credits again. I think it did that for Realm Reborn and Heaven's Lord, so I'm sure I'll do it here. I somehow doubt I'll have anything useful to offer, but standing mutely at a meeting would still be better than the nothing I've been doing of late. Let's make ready to depart, shall we? Thancred, what's going on, man? Alright, just be careful on the road back, you hear? Did I hear right, Real? Is Thancred coming back? Aye, that he is. Says he's acquired some important intelligence. Being in Garlean territory, though, he couldn't risk sharing the particulars in the case the Imperials were listening in, so he said he'd head back as quick as he could, and to make sure someone was waiting for him in the Alamigan quarter. Understood. Cheese and I will go. We're bound for Alamigo anyway, and there's sure to be time before the council begins. Come on, let's be off. Okay, all the way over here. Where the hell is he? Oh. You two are a sight for sore eyes. Now all I need is water for my parched throat. Fetch me a cup, will you? Why can't I read? Traipsing through the Imperial territory is thirsty work. You know what? Same.
God, I needed that.
Same.
I won't bother telling you to catch your breath. Whatever brought you galloping back to us, I assume it's urgent.
Quite. Without further ado, then. After the successful uprisings in Doma and Alamigo, rebels in several other provinces were inspired to follow suit. Unfortunately, they did not fare quite so well. The Dalmascans paid the heaviest price. For their defiance, the Emperor made a show of razing their capital to the ground, prompting many of their neighbors to abandon thoughts of resistance. But not all have given up on liberty. Heartened by the news of Doma's prisoner exchange, some still believe that the Empire may one day be amenable to negotiation. We have the shinobi to thank for spreading the good word. They have worked tirelessly to keep the subjugated informed, and a little knowledge can go a long way.
There is at least a spark of hope, then.
A spark in want of kindling, yes. The Alliance has already begun supplying materiel to resistance movements abroad, many of whom would otherwise struggle to continue the fight. The support effort has been led by the Sultana and the Elder Seedseer, who have both seen enough Alamigan refugees to know the consequences of oppression. And for their troubles, they have quickly earned a reputation as folk heroes in certain corners of the Empire. That is all for the provinces. As for the Garlean motherland itself, our friends the Populares have suffered something of a setback, I regret to say. Talk is rife that Doma has summoned a primal, and the Empire's more liberal voices are being drowned out in the fearful clamor for retribution.
And who do they think orchestrated this summoning?
Oh, any but those truly responsible. Xenos has seen to that. Speaking of whom, the Crown Prince is recovering remarkably well. Well enough, in fact, to enable him to personally tour the provinces, putting the fear of the Emperor into the hearts of any would-be dissidents.
He walks in plain sight, and none suspect him. Then it's as we feared.
Yes. An Ascian wears his skin.
An ass eater.
But it was not that which brought me here in such haste. During my time in the provinces, I learned many things. Yet at no point did I hear any report of a Doman emissary in the capital.
But Alphonse should have arrived by now. Could they be holding him there in secret?
The possibility did cross my mind, but I have reason to believe he never reached his destination. As you know, Scions assigned to covert operations, such as Riol and myself, are issued special link pearls for communication in the event of an emergency. I mention this because it was originally Alphino's task to coordinate the response at headquarters, meaning he has one. And whose voice should I hear when mine recently crackled to life?
You spoke with Alphino?
Spoke with? No. I but heard his voice, and none too clearly at that. 2 words were all I could make out. The burn.
The wasteland on the edge of Otherd. Something must have happened to them there. There's no time to waste. We must make for the burn at once.
I had a feeling you might say that.
And? I can't very well sit around here drinking tea if Alphino's in trouble. You said yourself that this link pill was only to be used in emergencies. So I'm going, and that's the end of it.
Oh, far be it from me to change your minds.
What about that meeting, though? Though I am to neglect making preparations for the council, we must act swiftly before Alpha Male's trail goes cold. I propose that we first pay Hien a visit. He's sure to want to hear about these developments, and he may well be able to advise us on how to best reach the burn. A sound plan, and Y'shtola's in Doma, is she not? I dare say she'd join you in the search if you asked her nicely. Will you see to all that? I shall go and report my findings to the Alliance. You may leave any preparations for the council to me. Thank you, Thancred. Right, to Doma then. We have much and more to share with Y'shtola. Alright, give me my lettuce. Go see... You know, why don't I just do this, because I'm pretty sure we're going to the Enclave, if I had to guess. That is curious indeed. While other matters demand my attention at present, I should bear what you have told me in mind. Should you notice any change, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, my lady. You are most kind. Well, well, 2 faces from the dim and distant past. Come now, hasn't been that long. Who was that you were speaking with? A local miner who supplies crystals for the rebuilding effort. Of late, he claims to have struggled to find a crystal with so much as a trace of elemental energy. Upon learning that I had some knowledge of Aether, he came seeking my counsel. Just now he brought me one of his recent finds. It's precisely as he described, devoid of elemental energy and eerily reminiscent of the de-aspected crystals that manifested in Eorzea in the days prior to the calamity. We would be wise to investigate this phenomenon more closely. Indeed, but on a more positive note, the locals seem to have taken a liking to you. More an interest in than a liking to, I think. The sight of my whatever, with a peculiar contraption upon her head, has a certain novelty value in these parts. Any actual regard they may have for me, I owe wholly to you and the others who came before. Everyone here has been exceedingly cooperative, and I am pleased to report that I have all but concluded my investigation. Simply put, by focusing one's will upon an aether-infused object of worship, it is possible to conduct a summoning. So the fact that they are objects of worship is the key. They are themselves suffused with the requisite belief. Correct. Such sacred relics as the Kojin collect obviate the need for religious fervor in the summoner. Yotsuyu being the most obvious example. She had but to associate the artifact given to her by Asahi with the divine, and it served to amplify her desires and give them form. A form nourished through the power of crystals, also provided by her brother, and thus was Tsukuyomi brought into being. Which brings me to the question of preventative measures, to which I have yet to find a satisfactory answer. At present, I know of naught that will avail us, save to keep watch over the movement of relics and crystals, as if we did not have enough to keep watch over already. But I doubt you came all this way to hear that which may be perused in a report. Has something happened to Alpha Male? I shall join you in the search, of course. Thank you, Yastola. I should be glad of your help, truly. Now, if there's nothing else, I should go on ahead and request an audience with Lord Hien. Alisaie puts on a brave face, but she has little talent for concealment. We should join her at the Kian Can or whatever. Kian Can. Can? Let me in. Greetings, my friend. Alisaie explained all to me. Needless to say, you shall have our full cooperation in the search, even if Alpha Male's trail does lead to the burn of all places. Ooh. I'll get the laugh, man. Alright, I need to take a break. Like 5 to 10. My legs. I think I need to, like, walk. Take a walk around my house. Use the restroom. Or something. So I will be back. Gonna do that. And that. And then I'll mute and I'll be back in, like, yeah, 5 to 10 minutes. I'll be back. Alright, I think that was like 4 or 5 or something. Oh, whoops. Let me do that. And then that. Feel the burn. The region known as the Burn occupies a special place in Garlean history. Every child in the Empire is familiar with the tale. In the distant past, it was a verdant land teeming with life, but successive summonings saw it bled dry of aether and reduced to a desert. It was upon beholding the devastation that Primus had wrought the Emperor Solus was spurred to embark upon his crusade against their kind. The Burn offers a glimpse of the future we seek to prevent. Know you of any reason why Alpha Male might have gone there? Excuse me. I, mischance, though it lies on the route to Garlemald, there's no place to make a stop. My guess is they encountered some manner of trouble there. In any event, I am of the same mind as Alizé. We have no choice but to take our search to the Burn. Given the considerable distances involved, it is best we went by bird. Cheese and I have our yoles. Yugiri, will you ready falcons for the others? I shall gather our swiftest birds. Near the House of the Fierce, there is an overlook. Pray join us there once you have seen to your preparations. The House of the Fierce. So I wonder if this is going to be like an actual, like, little area section that you can, like, get aether. Be interesting if it's the Shadowbringers area that you get in Stormblood. If that's the case. Are they up here? They are. Oh, wonder if they're going to. If everyone is here and possessed of a bird, let us away. Remember, our destination is a barren wasteland. There is no civilization to speak of for 100 malms in all directions. Take care you do not lose your way. Oh, it's interesting. The Burn. Item level 340. 369. Make sure that trial isn't... There we go. The stream snipe. I think if you want, what's your name? I wouldn't mind you queuing up together. Probably make it quicker. I don't remember how to add people, to be honest. Player search, I think. Search conditions. And his first name? I don't remember. I don't think I've ever added anyone. Oh, I see. Because I'm on Ferry, and then the... I mean, it's only the NA one. It's not like there's an NA West, NA East thing, is there? I forget what the NA one is called. It's like NA... And then I think it's Aether or Fairy, or I forget how this game works. Can this tell me? No, that's my home world. So yeah, I just know Fairy. I don't know if Aether is the thingy, if that matters. Let me go to... Actually... Does this tell me? If I go to... data centers. Yeah, okay. Let me see. Right. Oh, this isn't one of the main ones with the housing shit. Or wait, can you actually register for reset? No. I guess you got to do that in places that are like the homes that have homes. Yeah. So it just tells me ferry. It doesn't tell me the, what do you call it though? Like here. I'll withdraw from it too if you're trying to do it. Let me go home really quick. Oh, that's all you need was ferry? Okay. Because visit another world server. Current world. Cancel. Yeah. So whatever these are under. This residential district. I'm guessing you do like the data server transfer, or like to visit another data server in the menu then? If I had to guess, because I don't see here where the hell it's at. I see, okay. But yeah, I went to Gridania just because, yeah, I wanted to see. But, I'll be here at this crystal next to the. Damn, that's a pretty. Are they? They're Dragoon? Examine. Abyssos Partisan. That's pretty cool. Fucking, I don't know, 635. Oh, I guess I can get rid of this stuff too. Some here. Oh, you can get up there. I'll go to this one. Less people. Oh. Maybe you can't get on this one. That's fucked up. Never mind, you can. Maybe I should have went somewhere less crowded. Is your name Magic in games? To have magic somewhere. Trying to keep an eye out. I'm like looking at everyone who comes in. It's also hard in this seeing names. Damn it. Oh, cool, they left. Gothic Gala. Oh, okay. Are you already like... I'm assuming you're caught up on everything? Maybe. Well, except maybe like the most recent patch, 6.3 or whatever. I think Toast... I don't even think actually... Well, Toasty's there, but Toasty hasn't started it yet. 6.3, but yeah, I'm not even close. Ooh, I wonder if I can get on that light. Damn it. It's probably not possible. Oh, maybe for a Reaper or some shit. I see. Keep opening and closing the garage. Also, I didn't mean to make you resub, by the way. But yeah, I figured you were already on, like actually, too, since you said that you're going to try to stream snipe. So I was like, oh, might as well just party up then for it. Thought that was you for a second. No, it's fine. If you like actually want to play, sure. I don't mind waiting, but I was just like, oh, like, yeah, like if you had a resub, I was like, oh well, maybe he didn't actually want to play. He was just joking. I was like, oh, my bad. Playing Final Fantasy 14 alone, FC Guild, Juicy Courtier's doors are always open. All kinds of beautiful people. What level are we? Okay, level 6. Silly human. Oh wait. Wow, they're rich. I think. Gillionaire. Is that... Let me look at that. List. Is it character items? Currency. Oh, I'm sorry. 10 million gil from Leave Quest? Jesus. Does it even give you like an estimate, or does it just kind of say moving? Whoops. Because if you don't want to wait, it's fine. I don't mind. But, yeah, now I feel bad because you really sucked, so I don't mind waiting. I think I've seen that Miss Maddie girl before. Oh, I wonder if that one girl is here. Forget her name, has the hentai FC or whatever. They're usually here. Damn, that guy's really going at it. Okay, she's not in here. Or she's at Leatherworks. Oh. There you are. Oh, here, let me invite you to party. Wow. You look badass. What class is, oh, a dancer. Alright, here, I'll queue up. Usually, I feel like I've seen dancers, you know, dress kind of hoish. Usually. Well, I guess maybe not usually, but, you know, Toasties shows like a little skin. Let me see this. Here, I'm gonna go to actually to this place too, since we got time. I'm gonna turn some stuff in really quick. I should probably just be typing to this stuff to you, but I also hate. Well, I don't hate, but I don't know. It'd be quicker just to come here and do this real quick. Okay, yeah, I just figured, yeah, also too. I guess there's, I assume there's a delay. I don't know how big the delay is. I think Toasty told me one time that it's like a couple seconds. But what the delay is, well. So are you... Oh wait, no, you're Dragon Girl. Is this the short? Is you can make a Dragon Girl? So excuse me. Because I think I'm the tallest. You can be Cat Girl. Two out of 100 for height. One was too short. It's funny. Let me see. Got really nothing. Oh, hang on. Let me check my. Yeah. All right. I need to go do my venture while I have time too. Tend to just do it while I'm in queue and stuff. So I'm gonna go to Crystal really quick and travel to the leather. Okay, so I do this. Every little thing I have I want to do. And I'll be good. 185. Ooh, it has like a hint of green on that. It's pretty cool. Nothing to sell either. Okay. Oh, I saw you said something too, but I missed it. I just haven't played in a while, so I don't know how that will go. I don't mind waiting. We already waited 4 minutes. It's average time. You know, all you gotta do... Wait, did you come in? Oh, wait, you're back at the crystal. All you gotta do... at least I found, is like, you know, you just gotta do something. You gotta try to do something. And then as soon as you try to do something, the game just tells you no, and it queues you up. You know? So we just gotta find something to do. Oh, I don't think I hit you. Too fast. Damn. Put some clothes on. What are you doing? Is running around. This is what you do. Are they making out over there? I will tell you, I guess then, if you want. If it goes to like, say 10 minutes, then maybe I'll cancel. And then if you want, you can queue up healer or tank or whatever you got. But let me see what you got actually. Examine. It's the wrong one. How do you do the thing? Is it examine? I forget how you look at everyone's classes, like rank. I don't remember how to do that. Oh, you're switching white mage 80. Is that one healer? I'm assuming. Looks like it. White mage. White mage sounds like it. Holy blessing from the gods is nullifying damage. Alright. We'll wait one more minute. Just one more. If it doesn't queue up by then, or pop, then I'll cancel it. And then we can queue up if you want to do the healer. Sound good? Oh. Okay. Five seconds. I really thought it was gonna pop. Right at the last second. Alright. I'll withdraw. Uh-oh. Let me know if you're good, or when you're good. Oh, yeah, I see you. Oh. How did you know? Whoops. Okay, yeah, that's good. I didn't even think of that. That would have sucked. Damn, can't even make that jump without the sprint. Oh, you can. Oh, the bitch made it. I can't even make that now. Welcome back. God damn it. Whoops. So did you want to queue as the healer? Or switch to the healer, and I'll start it. Okay. Come on. Okay. Unbelievable. Actually, it's believable. But funny still.
Make ready, friends! We are come to the burn!
Damn, this is a long cutscene. I feel sorry for you guys if I'm the only one watching this. Sorry. Guess I gave you guys time to talk. Oh, they're Dragoon too. Then they got smacked. Oh, we. Uh-oh, get behind a crystal, I assume. Oh, we're supposed to get behind the same one. Oh, should I get behind some? Oh. I see. Cool, I liked him. Oh shit. Not paying attention. Yay! Got all three. I wonder if everyone just passed, no one wants this shit, probably. Oh. An enemy right there. Oh, motherfucking. Everyone has to be passing on this shit. I'll take it. Oh shit. I didn't make it. Maybe I did make it. This place is pretty cool, this dungeon. Uh-oh. Damn it, I was way too late on that. I didn't even tell, couldn't even tell it was in that. I don't think I'm hitting the other worm from here. Tech, uh-oh, it's text from work, I think. Oh, cutscene. Big worm. Or a dragon. Oh shit. Hey, how's it going? Whoops. Oh. I fucked up. Sorry. If I had a gun. Hey, thank you so much, everyone. I didn't even see why these fucking texts. I'm blaming my text. Wait, is that you? I didn't even know. Oh. Okay. I didn't see any. I didn't even see where the cover was, if there was any. Ow. Oh, you died too. Oh. That was my fault, I'm sure. Yep. Alright, motherfucking phone, dude. Can you guys stop? Fucking work group chat. Get the shit off my thing. This is the shortcut? We gotta still go a long ways. Damn, we have to go so far. Okay, well, I guess I'll take a quick look at my phone. Stupid ass text. Okay, I'm ready. Oh, wait, I'm being targeted for something? Ow. Oh no. Did I kill you? I hope I didn't kill you. I don't know what happened. I was just... Ugh. I killed you? I'm so sorry. I didn't know what I did. What even happened? They saw the thing on me. I'm sorry. That's fair. But I mean, I didn't even think I was in one. Like, I didn't see, like, where the cold frostbitten thing was. I didn't think it was hitting me. But I guess it was, but I don't know. I saw, like, the frosty ground, and it was around me, but I didn't think it was where I was standing. Unless I'm just blind. Oh, he died. Second one onward targets 2 people. Under the blue marker, the player is a TB. Inflicts frostbite. What? What is TV? What is TV? I don't know what TV is. Tank Buster. Heavy damage, all TPS and healers away from tank. Head of the blue marker player is TB. Damage, all TPS and healers away from tank. Okay, so if I got that blue mark, run away from him. It's a small blue arrow over my head in this fight, usually. Arrow over my head in this fight, usually it's a red circle. Okay, I saw that one. So I'm guessing that's not what I saw over my... I don't know. Should I be giving it to you or tank, or just keep it? My dragon sight. I didn't mean to put a question mark after that. Yeah, I know. Never mind. I don't know. Whatever. I have been using it. I've been giving it at the beginning of the fight. But whatever. Man. I thought I was gonna be cruising through this shit. Not cruising, but like, whatever. You can target tank and I target healer for it. 2 dragoons would be best one to get me and the other healer there. Oh wait, I think I hit him into the... I think I hit him when he was mist form. Which we're all just getting hit by this slowly. Ow. Yay! Damn, the quickest dip. Everybody gone. Let me see. Oh, they said sweet. Okay. Would've been funny if they used dip.
There you are. Between contending with bloodthirsty beasts and sand in my every conceivable place, I had begun to despair of finding you again.
Okay, just wanted to check something.
Do you recognize the crashed ship over yonder? Mistress Alizé and I briefly inspected it. It is the vessel that bore Master Alphino away.
But there was no sign of him, nor of Maxima and his people.
I mean, I was using it, I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm probably, maybe I used it in the beginning and then I didn't use it when I got it again later. I don't
It
remember.
would seem they were involved in a struggle. There may be clues. We should split up and search the area.
Yeah, tank was nice.
These were no ordinary soldiers. Over here! The insignia on this man's uniform identifies him as one of the Emperor's personal guard. Hand-picked soldiers, answering only to the royal family.
That would explain why all the casualties are Garlean. They were fighting their own.
You're saying the Emperor was behind all this? That Alphino is his prisoner?
We don't know that yet.
Aye, we must not jump to conclusions. Besides, Alphino is more than capable of looking after himself, is he not?
I suggest we return to Doma to consider our options. Whatever happened here, Master Alphino is long gone, and any subsequent search may safely be left in the hands of the shinobi.
Where in the world are you, brother? If you die on me, I will never let you hear the end of it.
Okay, we finished this quest and I need to... Yeah, that's good. Let me make sure. I need to look at this text, make sure it's not too important. Well, that was a decidedly uneventful journey. I almost found myself hoping for a sandstorm. Joking aside, I'd say our birds are due a good brush down and a treat or two, wouldn't you? Alright, let me look at my phone. The 21st and 22nd. Okay. Alright. Not too important. Shadows in the Empire. I'd hoped to steal a moment's rest after our little outing, but it would seem duty calls, or an emissary arrived in my absence. Do not let us keep you then. Actually, I was wondering if you might join me. I cannot think of a guest who could fail to be impressed by the presence of the Scions. At least, and I should be happy to receive. Of course, if you think it will be useful. Thank you. Let us return to my manor then. Can I just... Well, not fast travel, but I can just do this. Venture... How much time? 15 minutes. God, so slow on the bike.
Lise, what brings you here?
Oh, Alliance business. We have a request for Doma. Well, Hien. But that can wait. They told me you were out searching for Alphino. Did you manage to pick up his trail? Well, if he wasn't at the crash site, he might still have escaped. We have to keep searching.
And we will. Alphino embarked on this journey as an emissary of Dorma, and I hold myself responsible for his safe return. I will have our shinobi in the provinces search for him as a matter of urgency. Chin up, Alize. You'll get to admonish your brother for his recklessness yet.
Well, someone has to do it.
I'm sure he's going to be fine. There is one thing I'm not sure about, though. You said it was the Emperor's personal guard that attacked Alphino's airship. But the Popularis would never have been able to arrange the prisoner exchange without Varus's blessing. So why would he sabotage his own mission?
They may not have been acting on Varus's orders. The guard answer not only to him, but to his family. The Crown Prince included.
When Yotsuyu summoned Tsukuyomi, Asahi was quick to proclaim that a dormant citizen had violated the terms of our agreement, that the negotiations had failed. And it is this version of events that is now being repeated across Garlemald. To hear the tale, one would think the prisoner exchange never took place. Plainly, someone is manipulating matters from the shadows. Most likely Xenos, or whoever it is that wears his face.
Whichever Ascian you mean. We all know the nature of our adversary.
The servants of chaos are true to their name. Their meddling has cost Dorma a chance at peace. Whoever it was that loosed his personal guard, the Emperor cannot be ignorant of these developments. We must proceed on the assumption that our treaty is indeed in tatters. But come, Lise. You have journeyed far. Let me hear your petition.
Right. So the big news is that Alamigo has agreed to join the Eorzean Alliance. To make it official, and discuss where we all go from here, the leaders of the 5 nations are planning to hold a meeting, and we were hoping you might come too. We've already seen what we can achieve when we work together, and the Alliance hopes to work even more closely in future. They think it's our best hope of keeping the Garleans in check, and I agree.
As do I. By coordinating our efforts in the east and west, we may be able to discourage them from committing their forces to a single front. I accept your invitation. I must, however, ask for time to attend to some pressing matters here. In light of recent events, the risk of Imperial reprisals is greater than ever, and I would not leave Dorma unguarded. Ere I depart, I must shore up her defenses.
Understood. I'll let the Alliance know. We'll wait to hear from you before setting a date. The meeting's to be held at the Royal Palace in Alamigo, incidentally. Do you remember the way?
Well enough. Please assure my hosts that I will not keep them waiting any longer than I have to.
Consider it done. And thank you for agreeing to come. If we all put our heads together, we're sure to find the best way forward. For everyone.
Yeah, I'd imagine have a lot of cutscenes. Also, we'll probably stop playing about like an hour, like 20-ish minutes. I don't know if I'll hit another one by then. So I need to take a shower. So I just kind of woke up, ate, and started playing. So need a shower eventually. My advisors and I will presently convene to discuss the matter in Doma's defenses. You are welcome to stay, of course. Had you not offered, I would have requested leave to remain where the Ascians are concerned, not maybe left to chance. As ever, we would benefit from your experience. Thank you for coming, Liz. Even if it was on unofficial business, I hope there might be time to show you the land you helped to save, but I will settle for a fleeting visit if needs must. There never does seem to be enough time for anything, does there? But I did get to see a little of the Enclave. You made excellent progress, I must say, and soon you'll have the chance to see how we're getting on that too. How we're getting on to. Till the meeting then. Cheese, I was wondering if I might have a word with you before I go, in private. Go on, my friend, I will send for Akuro and the others in the meantime. Great, I'll wait for you at the docks. I was gonna say this was a long quest, but I think I just started this one, actually. Shadows in the Empire. Because I forget what the last one was called, but I don't think it was Shadows. Thanks for coming. Knowing you, you probably guessed what I wanted to talk about. Alize, she's acting as if everything's alright, but it's clear she's barely coping. The Alize I know is overbearing, willful, and reckless, and that's fine. It's how she deals with feeling weak. She has to keep moving, or she's afraid she'll fall apart. A lot like me. But the thing about people like us is that we need someone to keep an eye on us. I had Papa Lamau, and now I have my friends in the Resistance, and Alize has you and the Scions. Before you start, I'm not saying you're neglecting her. I'm sure you aren't, and I'm sure you won't, but she's a good friend, and when I see her like this, I can't help worrying. So please make sure you give her all the support she needs, alright? Leave it to me. Thank you, Cheese. It goes without saying, but if there's anything I can do, you only need to ask. Well, I'd best be off. See you in Alamigo. And back to Hien. There you are, my friend. Everyone has assembled, so let us begin.
If we are to ready ourselves for invasion, we shall need manpower, provisions, and time, all of which are in notably short supply.
Candid as ever, you giddy. And correct, I concede. Fortunately, I have an idea. 'Tis plain no single nation can stand against the might of the Empire. And it was only with the aid of others that Dorma succeeded in winning her freedom. So, I mean to take a leaf out of our Eorzean friends' book and form an alliance of our own. In addition to those with whom we already share an understanding, I would reach out to Hingashi and Suinosato, and further afield to the myriad peoples of Nangsha and Dalmasca. I am under no illusion. Not all will answer the call. Yet disparate though we may be, we are united in our desire for freedom. If our neighbors could be made to see what is at stake, Ascian
Hi, you're my favorite streamer. I love you.
would not be so far-fetched a notion.
Hi, how's it going?
Hi, my favorite streamer.
Where are you? Are you done for today?
Yeah.
Oh, so you didn't make it? You were right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's no way. So I'm sleeping somewhere up here. I don't know where I am.
Okay.
But there's a taco place next door. I'm considering it.
Be safe.
Yeah, I'm about to probably go get tacos and then go to bed. Maybe. Or I'll just go to bed. I think I'll just go to bed. Might get on Final Fantasy.
Uh-huh.
Have fun, and your stream, I love you. Favorite streamer, best streamer ever. I love you. Okay, goodbye.
What do you say? If our neighbors could be made to see what it is at stake, Ascian machinations and all cooperation need not be so far-fetched a notion.
It may even seem practical. Under the guidance of our former leader, Master Louis Soir, we once strove to unite the fractious city-states of Eorzea. I dare say that experience shall be of use in your endeavor.
We should be glad of your wisdom.
For the record, I would have been in favor of this plan even if it hadn't been my grandfather's, but I have to ask, how will we secure the time to carry it out? Not that anyone has forgotten, but the Garleans have airships. Lots and lots of airships. Should they catch wind of our plan, they could send an armada to overwhelm us before our alliance had even begun to take shape.
Not if we deny them access to the skies. During our time in the Burn, the Warrior of Light and I chanced upon some Allagan ruins.
We did?
Oh?
As such ruins go, they were not particularly unusual. But something about the surrounding land struck me as odd. Faint though it was, its ethereal residue was uncannily similar to that of Aziz La. Identical, in fact. For locations so far removed to share a single etheric signature is all but impossible. I conclude, therefore, that the Allagans created the floating continent with land taken from the Burn.
While that is a most intriguing theory, I fail to see what relevance it has to Dorma's defense.
Aziz La was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier, impenetrable even to an Agrius-class battleship. It occurred to me that those ruins may have enjoyed similar protection. I have no proof, but the Warrior of Light did report seeing a structure resembling other known Allagan field generators.
All right. But even if we could put up such an energy barrier, it surely wouldn't extend beyond the limits of the Burn. So what's to stop the Garleans flying around it?
Fuel. The Dalmascan capital, Rabanasta, was a key Imperial refueling point in the east. By laying waste to it as a lesson to the rest, the Empire greatly hindered its own operations in the region. If an Imperial fleet were to advance upon Dorma, it would now have little choice but to travel as the crow flies over the burn.
I see.
A word of caution. Even assuming the generator still functions, raising a barrier of such a scale will require a prodigious amount of energy. And few places are so bereft of suitable crystals as the burn.
A source of energy. Tell me, did the Allagans make a habit of launching things into the sky?
Curious question. Besides Aziz's Law, I know of only one other notable instance. The Red Moon Dalamud, whose fall triggered the calamity.
Charlie Stolo has the lighting all over her like that.
Just the 2 occasions, you say? Then I believe I may have a solution to our energy problem.
You do?
I may. To find out for sure, we would need to visit the Azim Steppe.
Steppy.
Which would, I now see, present the perfect opportunity to discuss an alliance with the Zayla tribes. How very neat. What say you then? Shall we see whether this road leads?
Alright, before I continue, I'm just gonna use the restroom. So I will be back. Gonna do that, and mute, and I'll be back. Whoops, forgot to unmute. Alright, I'm back. Oh wait, not that, that, and then do that. Party transfer, taking a Ho Clam, then guess I'm living White Mage. Okay. Well, we'll see if I get to another dungeon. Or, what do you call it? We'll see. Because I'm be playing for like about 1 more hour. Then I'm gonna shower, and I don't know if I'll be back. Or if I am back, I don't know if I'll be playing this. I might play New Vegas. It'll settle then. I'll journey to the Azim Steppe, the Scions, Giri, and Hakuro. I leave our other neighbors to you. My apologies, but I won't be joining you. I'm no aetherologist, and what skills I do possess are unlikely to be of any great use to the mission. But more importantly, it seems to me that the ruins in the burn warrant attention. And so, while you are away securing an energy source, I will engage our friends at Garland Ironworks to undertake a complete overhaul of the fuel generators. We'll need them in good working order if our plan is to succeed. I trust there are no objections. Have care in the burn. Have care on the steppe, from what I hear in the Exalia or whatever. Like fighting with friends almost as much as foes. Good luck. Just the 3 of us then? Very well. Shall we make first for a reunion? Going to the dragons. So this is the Azim Steppe. The tales do not do it justice. If you think the view is impressive here, wait until we reach higher ground. Actually, seeing as it's your first visit, permit me to show you my favorite spot. It's going to be up above, where we found... Oh, cutscene, never mind.
I will never tire of this vista. The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
Of course. During my time with the mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted, to these fields did the wayfaring soul return, and venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A tainted land cloven from the earth and an offering of blood to the heavens. Azizlar and Dalamud.
That was my thinking, yes.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizlar up to the heavens? I suppose that might suffice.
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
God, I love this song. From here, we shall travel to Mall, Elo, whatever. There we may ask Serena about the particulars of the myth. and raise the matter of an alliance with the rulers of the Steppe. Serena. So, I play for another hour, and depending on the next time I play, how much time I play, next time I could finish all these, I think, Post-Stormblood quests. Maybe. Oh, there's a lookout thing there. I'll get it. Vista Record, Mole Illo, whatever, the current home of the Mole, one of the many Xayla tribes that roam the Azim Steppe. Being nomads, their stay here is but temporary. In the turn of the seasons will see them strike camp in search of greener pastures for their livestock. Though quite sturdy when erected, the yurts are designed for ease of relocation. Serena. He and Cheese, I am glad of your visit, the opportunity to welcome a new friend. How may we serve you? There's a matter I would discuss with the Mole. It concerns not only the peoples of the Steppe, but of every land in the Far East. A shard of the shining moon left behind by a wayfaring soul, and you need this to protect our lands? I do. My friends and I wish to find the shard and ascertain the extent of its power. Will you tell me more of the place where it lies buried, this northern crag? If that is your wish, in the mountains to the north there is a cavern called the House of the Crooked Coin. Inside this cavern are pillars of stone that legend holds to be the source of Nama's power. There, I believe you'll find what you seek. Maybe this is another dungeon. Ah yes, I know the place. Just a brisk walk from here. And what are your thoughts on an alliance? Should the Empire return, our lands will be engulfed in a storm of conflict, whether we will it or no. If we do not stand together, we will fall apart. This, I believe, with all my heart. However, among the tribes of the Steppe, there are those who revere Nama above all else. To them, pillars are sacred, and not to be disturbed. Should you proceed as you propose, such tribes are like to spurn an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. That is my concern. But it is by no means certain that the pillars will provide the power you seek, ere you risk the ire of the followers of Nama. Might you not first visit the House of the Crooked Coin? If all is as you hope, we may then consider how best to earn their blessing. Thank you for your counsel. We will do as you suggest. I have no desire to give offense to those with whom I would join hands. Thank you for your understanding. Though the Mole may reign over the Steppe today, this decision will shape the days to come, and we would not force others into war against their will. Nor we, 100-fold stronger, are they who choose to fight of their own accord. Tea, salmon. Oh, look at the salmon. Oh, who am I? Stola. The will of the moon. Seems my time has come to put my skills to use. Pray lead the way to the House of the Crooked Coin. Is this Dante? Oh, it doesn't look like a dungeon.
Such an abundance of ether.
Are we in luck?
We are. This is an Allegan artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether. I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azys La from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
What is it?
While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area. An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Ilo.
That was it? Okay. Well, it's cool to see the white aether jizz on you. Will the moon. A lot of moon stuff. This, whatever. Patch. Post. Whatever. Although I think that prison transport stuff was separate. You found that which you seek then? Great indeed is the Dust Mother's power. If not less will suffice to protect our lands, the blessing of the other tribes must now be sought. Of course, but to which tribe should we appeal? There are many who worship Nahama, but none are so fervent in their faith as the Detharl. Their consent shall be the key. The Detharl, we spoke of them, a warlike tribe, possessed of unique customs and beliefs, since their cooperation will not be easily won. Nay, but it will be well worth the effort. The Detharl fear nothing, death least of all, and our alliance would be greatly strengthened by their presence. Let us go to Detharl Ka and treat with their Khatun, I forgot how you pronounce that, Sadu. Oh. I'm gonna give her a flower shower. They're like way down there, huh? I guess I'll go here. I'm wasting time. Could have like been here already, just flying. Is that an NPC or a... I think they're NPCs. Wonder how she's doing. Well, I guess in-game wise, the battle here is like... I don't know. I don't know how long time has passed in between ship. Especially when you play it all at once. You again. Other matters demand our time, Kahan, unless it is battle you seek. Alas, not quite the opposite, in fact. Talking, always talking. You say the pillars hold great power. Of course they do. they are the source of Nahama's strength. To the Detharil, no place is more sacred, and we will make ash of any who would defile it, though I see this is not your wish. You see the wisdom of our proposition, then. You will join hands with us? I said nothing of joining hands. You wish to wield Nahama's power to defend these lands, and this I will allow. But for leaving the steppe to fight the men in iron, I would have something in return. Namely... Oh, whoops. She was... namely, battle with you, Kahan. Your fucking eyes. The Nadam ended ere it began. I would face you again, alone, without distractions. Defeat me, prove yourself the stronger, and you shall have the Detharil as your allies. Surely these are agreeable terms. Well, this is a not wholly unexpected turn of events, though I had assumed I would be the one required to fight. Alas, the Khatun has made her choice. Shall we dance then? Ha, shall be a battle the steppe shall not soon forget. Ah, already my soul burns brighting. Prepare yourself, Kahan, and await me outside the Ka. I will gather my witnesses and join you anon. Alright, well, not a dungeon. And I'm pretty sure not a trial. I hope she doesn't slap me. Voice?
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this Han.
Okay, unsay the K.
Is this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
Whoops, sorry.
Speak not of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Dathal. In the heat of battle do our souls burn brightest. We lay low the strong that we may rise higher. That is our way, the way of might. There is no other.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Indeed. It's what makes them such dangerous enemies, and such useful allies.
Enough talk! It is time to fight!
Alright, well, it better be a one-on-one. Kind of trying to cheat a little bit. You're strong indeed and really champion of Steppe. Was that it? But you're... oh, okay. Oh, hit the wrong one.
In death do our souls sing! Do our souls sing?
fighting you is pure bliss. One more? Oh, come on, you cheater. Again.
In death do our souls sing!
Oh. Oh, I can't even hit her. She has that.
In death do our souls sing!
There we go. Don't die. Oh my god.
How it burns! In death do our souls sing!
God. I think I was in that.
In death do our souls sing!
There we go, thank God. Got it like 5, 6 times.
Yes! Yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so! Come! We have only just begun!
Uh-oh.
Enough! You were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Be gone, Moonstruck Oranir! I am busy!
Fool of a Dothal! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever. Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing. This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Oranir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
These words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
Insolent child. You will learn your place.
Forgive me, Brother Magni, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Didacul, join me.
The sun is in good company. We may dance alone.
I thought our fight was done.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
I thought somebody was walking towards them or something. The guy's hopping back and forth.
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her. I have not the patience for this. But if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
Wait, am I going to be playing? What? Where am I? 50 damage. Wind damage. Restores target HP. Restores MP. Okay. Restores health. Hey, can we switch?
Heal or die!
Okay, I guess I'll keep targeting him. I guess I should heal him. Maybe I'll target his friend, help Ian out. What was it again? 3. Oh, focus on him? Okay.
Bow down before me!
Oh, you can target one. Fuck. guess I should do this move.
Lord, die!
And you better hurry up and kill that guy.
Mark well and learn. Concentrate.
Wait, I did heal. Yeah. I really hate not playing as myself.
Lord, die!
Maybe I'll take him away from this guy. Actually, might be smart.
Bow down before me!
Okay, give me this one.
Mark well and learn.
I love you, you're amazing.
I love you too. I'm playing as Stola right now. I hate it.
Oh shit. Well, have fun as your soul. I'm going to sleep. I love you. Good night, have fun.
I love you too. Good night. Rest well. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Good night.
Good night. Oh shit. God, I hate. Oh, he's just following me like that, huh? Should have took it away from Ian.
Bow down before me! Tremble before the sun!
Ow. Oh. What am I doing? I should take it. Okay.
Let's be about it.
Was he referencing the police song? Alrighty.
Aoife, to me. Have at you.
Oh, are we still fighting? Nope. Okay.
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat. 'Twas a battle to burn
I showed her a good
soul
time.
and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Nama's power is yours to wield. What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy. It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You? By what are you called?
Man, falls in love with every girl.
You stole her. Why?
Are you my Nama?
My god, dude.
I beg your pardon?
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love. Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you,
Oh no.
I am all but certain.
Stay away from your Stola, man.
Now, look into my eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
God.
I am not interested, little son. Try again when you've become a man.
Little?
Little son! Little son!
Oh, I mean, skip. Fuck.
Does it pain you, little son? Crave you salve to soothe the ache? Fire to sear the wound in your heart?
Oh no.
We have wasted enough time here. Siren awaits for word of our success.
Oh, cool. Thank God it just put me here. You had not only to contend with Sadu, but Magnai too. Such a fierce battle. That must have been. Yet here you stand triumphant. Having passed such a test, they cannot well deny you their allegiance. The mole will make no such demands. Weak though we are, we will gladly stand with you. The steppe is our home. We will defend it with all our being. You have my heartfelt thanks. Of all the tribes in the steppe, there is none I would rather have at my side. God's willing, many more will rally to our cause. I shall send you word when we have answers from all the tribes. I cannot thank you enough, Serena. None of this would have been possible without you. The call. Endure. We have the requisite consent. It's time to put Nama's power to use. the aether flows as planned, all that remains is to have the ironworks engineers do their work at the ruins. Come, let us return the house of the crooked coin. Shall begin at once. You may wish to step back. Screenshot. Damn, let's make my PC go. There.
Did it work?
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
I do not pretend to understand what you did, Y'shtola, but you did it. Thanks to you and Cheese's course, we have taken a momentous step towards securing our defenses. Now, as much as I believe a rest is in order, we should probably make haste back to the Enclave. Agreed, the others may already have returned from their missions, and I would know how things stand. As would I. Without further ado, then. Alright, into Dome and Enclave. Lord Heen, oh, I don't need to read his dialogue. Judging by your triumphant expressions, I take it all went well on the Asm Steppe. Indeed, we have secured a suitable source of energy for the barrier. Good. Tataru and I have commissioned Garland Ironworks to ensure that the field generators function as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to set out for the burn at a moment's notice. You need only say the word. Thank you for engaging their services on our behalf. The menu, whatever, of the arrangement you may leave to me. I don't know what the hell that word is. Which just leaves a small matter of our alliance. So Yugiri and Hakuro, how fared you with our neighbors? My lord, all of the factions we approached are in agreement that the Empire poses a threat, and many responded positively to talk of an alliance. From Hingashi and Sui no Sato, however, we received outright rejections. The former will not break its treaty with the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in the conflict. Just as we expected then, for there is naught to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each of the nations that were amenable to an alliance, I will personally send a missive. And once I have attended to that, I believe we will have done everything we can to fortify Doma's defenses, for the time being at least, all of which means I may leave for the meeting in Alamigo with a lighter heart. Igiri, Hakuro, if you would be so kind as to hold the fort in my absence. My friends, we could not have achieved so much in so little time without your help. For that, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting then. I took the liberty of asking Thancred to attend as well. He should have arrived in the Alamigan quarter by now. And let us not keep him waiting, shall we? Alright, back to Gay Albania. Stola has told me all, and I duly told Urinator and Cryle. Cryle in particular is concerned about Alpha Male, but I assured her that everything that can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own tasks for the time being on the condition that I contact her the moment there is any development. So that leaves 4 of us to attend the council. Ehrenwald is here to assist with security. Incidentally, though the poor lad seems altogether too distracted for the task, another one missing. Alpha Male, I expect. But it's almost time. As soon as you're ready, present yourself to the guardsmen at the palace entrance. I shan't be far behind. Signs of 7th Dawn. Welcome to Alamigo. The Alliance leaders have already arrived. Might show you to the meeting chamber. Several cutscenes will play. Okay, I'll watch these cutscenes and then I'll probably stop.
Mistress Lys, Commander Aldin, it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
The pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Alamigans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Lord Hien of Doma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the 7th Dawn have played in bringing all of us together. In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Uldar.
The day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council. I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alfino. Would that the lad could be with us.
I too owe my presence here to Alfino, in so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Come, friends. Let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the east.
Meanwhile, and somewhere in Empire Land. Never mind, just kidding.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways. If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Alamigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations. But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
Indeed. All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions. They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic: subterfuge.
You have an idea? Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you mayhap best of all. Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
Well, it does have the ring of truth about it. And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus's death.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varus's first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent, family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces would be too enticing to ignore.
The Empire would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Doma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity. 'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
Uh-oh.
That way. Sorrow. History must be changed.
I don't understand.
Ahead looms a calamity. Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life. Twin dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
What's the matter?
There's a voice.
Oh damn, they hit all of us?
Spies in our midst.
Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Liz or Elite, whatever, didn't even hear it? Just us four?
Is it over?
Oh god.
Master Thancred!
Well, there goes that plan.
For Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready. Swiftly!
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, milady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
Thank you for coming. Knowing Thancred, he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Alize and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
Mine was a little bit different, I think. Oh, okay, she's gonna...
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely.
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Called?
I myself examined Thancred. Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul. That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether. A consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian Lahabrea. The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lys, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, all right?
Thank you, Lys. As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
The call. Hayes tried to call Urinator on his link pearl. He didn't respond, but I dared to hope that he possesses some knowledge we do not. Urinator. Something happened during the meeting. Thancred's collapse. A disembodied voice suddenly started. What? But that's... We should talk about this in person. Alright, we'll meet you there. Wonder if he had it too. That was Urinator. He heard the... Yep, he did. Okay. In Thanalan? As we alone were afflicted at the meeting, I had my suspicions, but if the voice also spoke to Urinator, there can be little doubt the Scions were targeted specifically. By whom and to what end is the question, one to which we must find an answer with all possible haste. Endure. Learn the emo Endure. What's this one called? Prelude in Violet. Alright. Silently endure. Okay. That's it for now. Thank you, Magic, if you're still here. And whoever else may be watching. And Toasty, I love you. Have a good night. I don't know if I'm going to be back. If I'm going to be back, I don't know if I'm going to play this game. I don't know what's going to happen. But, yeah, either way. Later for now. Oh, let me...